Hello, sir, at the back. Not the second row, the front seat. Okay, so maybe not the extreme front, because these are for the speakers. All right. Are we excited to be here this morning? Are we excited to be here this morning? We don't look excited, though. What do I have to do to make you excited? Chickpeas? Jollof rice and chicken? What do you need? Tell me, talk to me. Okay. Hello, distinguished professionals, valued guests, industry leaders. Good morning and welcome to the Wellness Expo Lagos 2026. It's not just personal, but a key part of national growth and development. This impactful event is proudly brought to you by HCA Consults, a leading event management and consulting company known for bringing together government leaders, private sector players, and innovators to drive meaningful change across the healthcare and wellness space. The Wellness Expo Lagos is designed not just as an event, but as a platform, a place to learn, connect, explore opportunities, and shape the future of wellness in Nigeria. We're excited to have you here, and we hope we leave you inspired, informed, and empowered. My name is Chinenye Uzoigwe. I'm a professional compere, and it's an honor to be your master of ceremonies for today. I'm excited to have you all here, but I'm even more excited to be seeing all of your beautiful faces. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Amazing. So to kick things off, we will now we'll have the welcome address by the founder, HCA Consults, who has taken the initiative to put together this very auspicious event. A little birdie told me yesterday that he's actually a very simple man, so he probably doesn't like attention, he doesn't care about all of these things, but we're not going to spare him. So ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause and a standing ovation, can we please welcome Habib Moshood as he makes his way to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome our distinguished speakers, value partners, sponsors, and everyone joining us here today. It's a warm pleasure to welcome you all to the Wellness Expo Lagos, our preventive health-focused event. It's more than just an event for me. Personally, as a medical doctor with relatively few years of practice, but what I've realized over time from the many patients that I've seen is that wellness and, to a very large extent, lifestyle has a very important role to play in improving health outcomes. To start with, bringing it back home here in Nigeria, this is a country that has over 230 million people. So that shows that we have a very large population. And as of today, our total healthcare workforce is not up to 1% of our population. What that shows is that we have a very large healthcare burden. However, we have minimal resources to tackle them. So what that should do for us is we should start looking at taking a paradigm shift from focusing much more on curative care to preventive health. So that's why we have created this event today. It's a gathering of people who believe that health don't just start from the hospital, but in our everyday lives. Also, from my experience, I've come to realize that whenever we are managing any condition, they will tell you, oh, there's a pharmacological management and there's what we call lifestyle modification. So lifestyle modification cuts across every sphere, from even preventive health to curative care. It is our best bet to ensure that we improve health outcome by reducing morbidity and to a very large extent reducing our mortality rates too. So these are people that have come to this event today that understand that wellness is not just a luxury, but a necessity. Across the world, globally, the wellness industry has grown into a very powerful force, shaping how people live, work, and even travel. Because part of the conversation we'll be having here today is how to promote wellness tourism. It is now a multi-trillion-dollar industry valued currently at $6.8 trillion globally. And by 2029, it is being projected that the wellness ecosystem globally will be valued at 9.8 trillion. So that shows that from an investment point of view, it is very imperative that investing in wellness gives you, in my opinion, double outcome. Aside that you get guaranteed return on investment, it is also an opportunity to have positive impact on the population, thereby improving our general well-being and improving our productivity as a workforce. Talking about improving our productivity as a workforce too, a very critical conversation we'll be having here today, which we have seasoned panelists and speakers that will be doing very wonderful justice to this topic, is corporate wellness. Yeah, we have a very large workforce, one of the largest in Africa. So it is very important to note that we need to design the workplace. You know, in medicine, in occupational health, we call it ergonomics. Right? We need to design the workplace in terms of structures, in terms of policies, to ensure that it is wellness enhanced, right? So that way we ensure that we improve the general well-being of our workforce. These are people that pay taxes that generally improve our economy too. So it is going to be a plus for the country as a whole. So the ecosystem, as far as wellness is concerned, spans across what I'll primarily call health. When you say healthcare today, people think it stops at hospitals, diagnostic centers, pharmaceutical industry. No, we have a role. There is a very important role everyone has to play. In this event today, we'll be having participation from fitness centers. Yeah, it's very important that you take charge of your physical fitness, as this can impact your health too. The skin, as our dermatologist will say, is the largest organ in the body. Right? The skin can give you an hint or insight into any systemic problem that you might be having. So it's very important that we take very good care of it. So we have in this event today those that are primarily in charge of catering to that. Mental well-being is very important. Wellness doesn't just stop at the body. It's the body, the mind, and even the soul. So it's very important that we improve our overall well-being in this regard. So currently, the trend is that people are beginning to take more control of their health. We've been seeing the rise of lifestyle influencers, going online, telling people, drink water, ensure you go to the gym, ensure you have adequate sleep. These are the proper skincare products to use. Ensure you use sunscreen in this country that we have relatively humid weather and all that. As simple as those methods can be, they are building a country where people are taking cognizance of their health. So all those are being passed across on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter, on X. What they are doing is that it's emotional bank account of everyone, messages that will help improve their well-being. Now you see people saying that, oh, I don't want to eat beyond 6 p.m. because Apoko doctor said it. Right? You see people saying, I don't want to drink alcohol again because they said we should now be drinking water. Right? At some point in time in the build-up to the event, we have Instagram live sessions where we invited some skincare experts who told people in a very hot weather like this, to prevent yourself from coming down with skin conditions like skin cancers, you need to be using sunscreen. A sunscreen can look expensive, but trust me, treating skin cancer is very much more expensive than buying sunscreens. So these are the conversations that we intend having at the event today. So this is a lesson we must take seriously, especially in Nigeria. Like I said earlier, we are faced with a very significant healthcare burden, but we have relatively limited resources to manage them. So for too long, or for far too long, our approach has been what I would like to call much more reactive. So what we want to do at the event today at the Wellness Expo is to have a proactive approach to healthcare. So we do not want to wait for people to fall sick, right? Let us prevent them from falling sick, number one. Number two, let's ensure that they get tested early enough. Our partners, PPC Healthcare, wonderful diagnosis center that help tend to things like this. So, like I said, we don't want to wait until things go wrong before. We must heavily invest in treatment. While we have heavily invested to some extent in curative care, but that is not enough as far as prevention is concerned. The model we have at the moment is really not sustainable. A country with almost 230 million people having relatively 100,000 doctors cannot attend to the large healthcare burden we have, and that's why we are preaching wellness. So there's an urgent need for a shift from a system that is primarily focused on care to one that places strongest emphasis on preventive health and wellness. While we promote wellness, we are not just preventing disease, and that's the truth. We are generally improving people's quality of life. I have had a very long session. I have once had a very long week at work, very stressful event, and someone just said, let me book a spa session for you. I thought it was trivial, like what will a spa session do for me? But when I had one, I noticed that my sleep improved for relatively few days. So, I mean, I'm preaching to our HRs here. If you can please inculcate in the wellness benefits you are giving our employees, to include that every month or once in every 3 months, we are going to sponsor a spa session for you from the various stress you have been facing from work. It's something that will be very much important. So that has shown that we are increasing productivity across our workforce and are building stronger and, most importantly, healthier communities. The wellness industry in Nigeria is truly still growing, and the opportunities are immense. From fitness and nutrition to corporate wellness to mental health to diagnostic care to even the pharmaceutical industry. What this has shown is that across board, the resorts and spas, the fitness centers, the hospitals, the HMOs, we are beginning to have HMO plans that cover gym subscription. That's very important. I've been having an health insurance plan for the past 3 to 4 years. The worst thing that has ever happened to me is malaria, right? So, but if, thankfully, my health insurance covers gym subscription. So that way, I'm able to make judicious use of it. Currently, health insurance coverage in Nigeria is currently around 10 to 15%. But if we improve more wellness-focused, packages in them, what that will mean is that it is going to generally increase the adoption of health insurance coverage. People are much more comfortable getting an HMO. Even if I'm not going to fall sick now, I can still definitely use this health insurance cover to cover my gym subscription, right? I can use it to get discounts when I go to Asalo Spa. I can use it to get discounts when I visit this skin care person, you understand? So these are the conversations, these are the trends that we want to adopt as far as the event is concerned. So there's an opportunity for us to innovate, number one, collaborate and create solutions that will truly meet the needs of our people. And that's why the Wellness Expo matters. We have brought it together to bring key players across the wellness and healthcare ecosystem to have this right conversation, showcase practical solutions, and to drive, most importantly, a collective movement towards healthier living. We are saying the lifestyle influencers that goes online to social media to give right information to people has a very important role to play as far as healthcare is concerned. We are also saying the fitness centers, it is not just going to the gym. It's very important that we all work together. We are advocating for, when people want to start going to the gym, maybe they do a baseline investigation. If you have a heart condition, you should not be jumping on the treadmill, right? So the only way the gyms can do this is when they collaborate with hospitals. You understand? If you have a gym and you are collaborating with an hospital, anybody that subscribes to register for a gym goes to do an ECG, you understand, goes to do some baseline investigation before they start. So we are saying that we don't want to manage hospitals or healthcare in isolation. We are expanding a broader hand, what I would like to call an handshake beyond the healthcare community to everyone and everybody together to ensure that we achieve that one common goal. The common goal is to improve our health and well-being. We're also saying The health insurance have a very important role to play. Yes, we don't just want to cover curative care, right? We also want to cover some form of preventive care and wellness at the same time. So these are the conversations that we want to have at the event, and this is why we have brought this event together today. So it's not just about the awareness that we are putting in place, but the actionable strategies to help achieve these goals. And I'd like to take the moment to appreciate everyone who has made this event possible, to our partner sponsors. They believe so much in this vision, and they're doing a very fantastic work in that regard. And they're also investing in a future where wellness is very much prioritized. So special thanks to Asalox, to Dr. Physique, to Albenoa, to Eco Fitness. These are people that have come together are not just doing wellness, right? We are improving the general well-being of everyone. First Consultant Cardiology, yeah, these are hospitals that are working towards ensuring that people do not just, we don't want to, and hospital doing something wellness focused can be quite interesting, because they might as well just wait until you fall sick and then you come meet them. But they are not doing that. They are ensuring that we don't want you to fall sick. We want you to improve your general well-being. And if you have any disease condition, that's fine. It is not a death sentence. We can help you with lifestyle modification along the curative care we are giving you to ensure that we reduce the morbidity and, most importantly, improve mortality. If you go to certain developed countries in the world today, where their life expectation is way higher than the 55 years of age that we have in Nigeria, what I've come to realize is that countries like Japan, Germany, aside from the sophisticated healthcare system they have this lifestyle that ensure that, in terms of what they eat, how they go about their life, helps improve their well-being, and most importantly, ensure that they live longer and healthier. And that's what we want Nigeria to do. So to our speakers and panelists, thank you so much. I really look forward to the very wonderful conversations and insight that are going to be lending to this event today. Your voices matter to the goal of the event. So our exhibitors and collaborators are very partners that have helped us from the very first day that we announced this event to today. Thank you for showing up with the innovative solutions that can help people to live healthier. And to everyone today, to our esteemed attendees who have taken time from their various locations to attend the event, it shows that you are not just interested in health, but you are committed to being part of a change. And as we go through today's session, I really encourage everyone to listen, engage, and to reflect on what role we all have to play in shifting the narrative from treatment to prevention. Because at the end of the day, the goal is very simple: to live better, to live longer, and to build a culture where wellness becomes a way of life for everyone. Once again, I welcome you to the Wellness Expo Lagos, and I wish every one of us a very wonderful celebration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Habib. That was a wonderful one. What a great way to start the event. So I do hope that we all brought our notepads, because we're going to have a really amazing time here. We're going to be having great panel sessions and great speakers here on stage. So I want to make sure that we're taking notes and writing down all of the important things that they're going to be saying. How many of our companies, or how many of us work with companies that actually offer HMO to us? I want to see hands. We're so few. People shy. People don't want to tell us. Yeah, gatekeeping it. Okay. So, I've had the opportunity to experience that, and that's one of the greatest things that a company can ever do for their employees, right? And we're going to be having a panel session where we'll have a bunch of HR personnel, talk about these things, and also talk about the corporate wellness, which is also why we're diving into the next session, where we're going to have Dr. Nwachukwu Enyima Udensi, who happens to be the Group Head Medical Service, HIGIA HMO, and he's going to be speaking to us on corporate wellness strategies for a healthier workplace. So please put your hands together for Dr. Nwachukwu as he makes his way to the stage. Please don't be stingy with your applause. Make it a very resounding one as he makes his way to the stage.
Hello, good morning. Hello. I know this hall is not so full, but we can actually make it feel like it's full, right? So each of us can sound like we're three persons in one. So hello. All right. So let's start this way. I'll be hoping that they put up a slide so we can make this conversation quite easy for you. But before that happens, let's talk about something. Dr. Habib have said quite a whole lot. I'm not going to repeat anything he has said. Right. Very valuable information to us. But it's important to know something. I don't know what's healthcare, and I believe that from all the sponsors I see here, and I believe, of course, a lot of you would have also been here too. I don't know what healthcare and well-being generally means to you as an individual. And then, if you are a HR, you're a manager, you own a company, or you work with one, and you see people leave work because of ill health. And I don't know whether you understand the impact on man hours, right? So I don't know. Is anybody HR here? If you're a HR, please just let me know. I would like to know. Good one. Thanks. And nice to have your baby too with you. So interestingly, if we're able to give you a mic and ask you how many people walk into your office every day to ask you for a sick, not even a sick leave, right? Just to say, I'm not feeling well, I can't come to work today. They're not asking for leave. They have their leave entitlements, right? They want to boycott all of that and say, I'm not feeling well and I can't come to work today. I'm sure you will say that almost must have come at one point or the other within the last quarter to say they're not feeling well. And when you employ staff for a 9 to 5, 9 to 5 is about 8 hours a day. You expect that they will be fully committed. They'll spend all those hours doing work, right? But does it actually happen that way eventually? It doesn't. Good. And the sad part of that is the fact that a lot of them, a number of things affect the state. So they are absent from work for many reasons. Ill health is one of it. Some of them are even present at work, but they're not delivering because of a whole lot of things that have affected them already. Let me give you one of the reasons. Now, I believe most of us here reside in Lagos and also work in Lagos. So imagine that you live somewhere in Mowe. Some of you also met traffic coming to work today, right? Coming here even today. Met a lot of traffic. So you'll stay at Mowe and then you walk somewhere here on the island. And commuting to work takes about 2 hours. And I'm trying to just be very miserly with that, to just make it look trimmed, right? 2 hours to work and then back. That means you're spending a minimum of 4 hours, sometimes 6 hours, to be realistic, just commuting. But if you want to put together work and work related activities, including what at the hours you spend at work, you see it's going to be much larger, much bigger than this. So let's start with the time you wake up in the morning to start preparing for work. If you're going to travel this distance I just mentioned, there's no way you wake up earlier than 5 o'clock, or later than 5 o'clock rather. Right? Later than 5 o'clock. So let's also use 5 o'clock here, 5 a.m. in the morning. Then you have to get to the bus stop. You have to do everything prepared and get to the bus stop by 6 because you need to resume work maybe around 8 if you're lucky. Right? So work and work related from morning is already taken, before you resume work, it's already taking 3 hours to 4 hours. If you're going back, it's about the same thing too. I recall in 2019, leaving work here on the island, and I was just heading somewhere on the mainland. I got home 1 a.m. the next day. 4:30 a.m. I had to wake up again. So, and I just got a car then. I was driving all this while to drive and get to work. I did it for straight 2 weeks. I had to call a hospital. Well, good, I work with Hija HMO. I had to call one of the hospitals on our next one, tell them I'm coming to the hospital. And I was admitted for the stress, cumulative stress. And that cumulative stress is one reason I had to be absent from work, not because I couldn't perform. But living in Lagos alone is quite traumatic. Commuting alone is quite traumatic. And then you now start talking about work-life balance. You're only talking about the time you spent at work, commuting, then how much do you give to family? It's almost not there. So who's actually raising your kids for you? And then after a long while, a lot of these problems that accumulate over time they happen over time, many years, 10 years, 20 years before they start showing. You start seeing actual ill health. Non-communicable diseases like hypertension, diabetes starts coming in. They didn't start in one day. So anyway, let's see the slide if it's ready. If you can come up now. So from Hygia, I'll be speaking to you. Hello, can the slide come up? All right. So I'll be speaking to you briefly about corporate wellness strategies for a healthier workforce. The goal is to tell you, as a manager that work in a company, I don't, irrespective of how it's set up, give you tips on how you can incorporate some aspect of wellness to make sure that you have a healthy workforce. The benefits of that is quite huge. So, and I was saying something about man hours you can lose. There was a study I saw somewhere that on average about 14.2% of all man hours is lost because of both ill health, absenteeism, presenteeism, whatever you want to call it. So if you want to calculate it in actual hours, it's over 200 hours in 1 year. And I'm sure some HR will be getting good bombs on that and say, am I losing as much as that? And each of this you can calculate monetary value to each of these man hours. Put that together. It will be running for a particular company, will be running into tens of millions, depending on the population of the size of your workforce, tens of millions in just 1 month. But you can save that, right? You can save a whole lot of that. So let's go. The next slide. This is not very clear. Hello. I wish I had my tablet here, but I'll just go with what I have, right? And hope that you get this right. So, first, are you having trouble with this? I can go ahead then. You have that displayed, right? So, oh, thank you so much. Because mine is actually there. All right. Thank you so much. So, I'll go straight to this. Let me quickly just, and I hope there's a way to share these slides with you so you can also follow through with it. But again, what is corporate wellness in the first place? And I'll just read out what I have here and say that programs, policies that promote employee health and well-being, whatever you decide to do at work for staff that will promote their well-being is corporate wellness. So it encompasses both physical, mental, and even social well-being, right? And it's a proactive approach, and it's best holistic. So you don't focus on only physical well-being, isolate mental well-being, and expect that this man you will be okay. We're complex beings. In a course I did sometime, we looked at the biopsychosocial model of care, where you look at both the mental, the physical, and the spiritual well-being of an individual. It's only when you take care of each of these components that you can easily say that you have catered for the person. So physical well-being is quite easy to look at. To say, go do some exercise, check the number of, we can do some steps in a day, 10,000, 8,000, the much you can do. Depending, be consistent about it. You can achieve some physical well-being, but that doesn't translate to mental health well-being. Mental well-being, a whole lot of us already traumatized by even just commuting to work and all the interactions you have to have. Maybe you didn't drive, and then even when you drive, you meet a lot of people you just don't feel comfortable with. Somebody just running into your face and you're busy shouting, you want to hit me, you want to injure you, that kind of stuff. And then, or you were maybe in transit, you had to use a public transport. That gets even worse, right? Because it's interactions beyond your imagination, and you just don't want that. So by the time you already that insulin is there, but your body doesn't recognize it, it becomes a problem. But one thing we've also found height, we have a cover for both gym and spa. So Dr. Habib may want to register with us because you can always have access to that. But a lot of companies decide to own a gym somewhere so that staff that decide that want to use the facility can also come in and use it. And you don't actually need to have the full set of the gym. That's a whole lot of cost, right? You can simply have a treadmill, skipping ropes, and simple things. Encourage people to use it, and if they're regular with it, that'll be fine. In fact, there's a culture wave over some years now incorporated in hygiene and it's well-being too. Every 2 weeks, particularly on Wednesdays, we hold our exercise. So we do more like it's a virtual form of exercise, right? So we could use that, play a video on from YouTube or one we already downloaded, and people join the sessions and do all the exercises that are described there. And we have quite a whole lot of us doing that. But there are challenges to this kind of exercises, and I will come to that anyway. So I mentioned that then health screenings and checkups is important to know your numbers. Then healthy food options in cafeterias, of course, it's also a component of it. So what you eat is can easily come up, can become a problem for you anyway. So it reflects on who you are basically. Then encouraging movement. Dr. Habib mentioned something about ergonomics. And one aspect of ergonomics is the fact that if you always work with computers and you sit often on the table, there's a guideline that for every 30 minutes you sit down, you should stand up. I don't know what anybody has said about that before. For every 30 minutes you sit walking, you should stand up and do what? Does anybody know? Move around. For how long? Okay, 1 or 2 minutes, fine. No, the standard says 5 minutes. 5 minutes now. We may not be very physical, you understand, depending on what you're doing. But it lays emphasis on the fact that you don't need to be seated for too long and stay there, because the problems. Now, one thing I don't want to bore you with here is to start mentioning names and lists of things. All of those can expose you to. But there are cardiovascular problems, hypertension, diabetes, all of those are risk factors of not doing this. You understand? But sadly, a lot of us stay for 4 hours walking. The walk will not finish, right? It will never finish. Also be adopted at work, basically where you make opportunities for counseling available to staff for them to talk about their problems. Oftentimes, when people just share their problems to someone they trust, they get relieved, even without you telling them what to do as a solution to the problems already discussed with you. So it's important to relieve yourself of that pressure. In fact, a lot of stress we keep accumulating is because we don't share, we don't talk. But it's also important that you know that if you're going to be the person, the ear they have to speak to, you owe them confidentiality. Because once you lose that, you've actually hurt someone that may get ill over the next 5 years because they were not going to speak to anybody, and then this problem continues. So I've mentioned, okay, good. Stress management at work. Okay, you can actually organize workshops and discuss stress management. You may think that the job, your work environment is not very stressful to some people, but over time you find out it is. So we now have work-life balance, all right, initiatives, so flexible work arrangements. So you can decide to do, if you work only on site, you can also do hybrid and encourage them. In fact, we do hybrid to a very large extent, and it has not affected performance. So don't be scared of performance. If you plan it very well, I'm sure you'll be able to deliver. Then paid time off and off. Well, anyway, let me just move down a bit. So building a wellness culture is also another thing. It should be a lifestyle. It's not something you just wake up and say, we want to do wellness week. So for the companies I hear say wellness week, that they want to do that kind of thing, it's not a bad thing to do anyway. But it doesn't come to me as a culture. A culture is something you live every day. So because they do these things maybe annually, just once a year, because a lot of funds have to go in. You want to invite this person or that person. You want to do road works. How often do you do that? Once in a year, if you do it, if you do better than once in a year, probably do twice in a year. Is there any shift in the health status of the individual? No. It has to be a culture where you adopt any measure you can. Put stickers on the walls and ask people, have you walked 1 mile today? Ask questions. Managers, before your meeting, ask, how are you feeling? Have you walked 1 mile today? By the time you keep asking that and show it by yourself that you could also do the same thing as a manager and the HR, I'm sure others will follow. So, role of technology in corporate wellness, quite a lot of them. So we have applications we can use, even your wristwatch that counts, and your phones, a number of them can count your footsteps, right? Those ones come. So virtual fitness, I mentioned it, what we do. Mental health. So let me keep that a bit. Employee engagement strategies, incentives and rewards. So there are many things you can do to encourage them to do these things so that that culture comes and stays. And gamification, making work look like it's fun. You can actually make work, the routine work they do, bring in something that's a little spicy in it that will make them do the same work they've been doing before now, but it now becomes a little more fun. A little competition in it will make people feel like, well, this is fun. Let me do this. And then if it comes with a bit of reward, I'm sure you'll get them. People will be anticipating to come and do that. Sometimes we do some parties and then okay, that's not exactly the gamification anyway, but we'll leave it at that. Then measuring success. How do you measure success if you have built in this thing? There are many of them anyway, but I'll just count a few. So participation rates. Initially, when you start trying to introduce a culture of wellness in the company, participation is usually low. Or maybe the first time you do it, people are excited, everybody's there, or most people are there. The next few times you do that, the numbers are dropping. But if you try to find out why it's not happening, the numbers are dropping, especially when, and I found out that one of the reasons those numbers keep dropping is because at some point on organization of this kind of programs, employees themselves are not directly involved in the planning. Ask them what works, what can work, what will get you out there to do that exercise and join us and do these things. And if you get them to talk about it and participate in the planning, you may have a larger population of persons. So it's one metric to use. Employee satisfaction surveys, you can just put down some things, ask them to fill it, and then get feedback from them. Absenteeism rates can drop when it happens, when you get it right. Healthcare costs, depending on the way you track it, can also drop. Productivity levels increases. It shows on your financial numbers. Costs drop, revenue increase. So your margins keep growing. Whatever you call it, EBITDA, PAT, they keep growing. So, but one major challenge we've noticed with implementation of this is low participation, like I mentioned. And some low participation is also because even the leadership team think that it's just a staff thing and they don't participate. But imagine you come to work and you're going to do some, it's been fixed, you have a wellness activity to do, and it's going to be a physical activity. And then you see your CEO dressed and is at the forefront of doing it. You want to join. Naturally, right? You want to quickly join and be the one to even outdo your CEO. But if it's not always there, your HR is not always there, it just looks like it's optional, right? You don't even need to, without saying the word optional, you make it feel optional. But when the CEO is there, even without saying it's mandatory, without making it mandatory, it feels like it's mandatory. And everybody go there to participate. So it's quite a whole lot here. And there's quite so interestingly, there's a future, just the last slide, or what this second to the last slide here. There are future trends to corporate wellness. So increased focus on mental health. I think that's where everything is going to. Personalized wellness programs tailored to individuals. So sometimes we focus on what works for everybody, one size fits all approach. Whereas at work, you have demographics, you have people at different age groups, the different levels of exercise or wellness programs you can bring in cannot be exactly the same thing if you want adequate participation. So that's the future of it, and that's where it's going to. There's also a form of AI-driven health insights and greater integration with company culture. So finally, corporate wellness is no longer optional. It's no longer optional. It's something you have to do for your own sake and for the sake of your company and then sake of everybody that is staff. Again, it protects them if you do it right. Protects them from future illnesses, including problems related to economics or other NCDs. So this is just where we wrap up. And I want to hand over to the wonderful lady here. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do better than that. Please put your hands together for Mr. Udensi. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful session. I did learn a lot, and I'm going to be checking us because I told you people to write. So if you didn't write, I'm coming for you. But yeah, I mean, something that Dr. or Mr. Udensi said was, making wellness a culture. The thing that, or the problem that many of us have is the problem of consistency. Today we start to take 10K steps, and tomorrow we're tired already because, our belly fat is still there, or we've not lost the weight. And I'm sure that many of us can relate, but it's not exactly about the immediate loss of weight, right? Or the thing that we have in our heads. It's about keeping fit and actually being healthy. Thank you so much, Dr. Udensi. Once again, that was a lovely session. So does anybody have any questions for Dr. Udensi or Mr. Udensi? Doctor, actually. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, no questions. Oh, okay. I see hands over there. Can someone help me get the mic to them? So we're just going to take those two questions because we have a power-packed panel session coming up, and it's still this topic that we're going to be deep diving into and talking more about it. So can we get the mics to them, please? Please tell us your name, what you do, and then go ahead with your question. 1 minute for each question.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests. Good morning, distinguished guests. Thank you very much, sir, from the Hygeia HMO. My name is Kende Adolo, and I represent Nordica Fertility Center and Fibroid Care Center. My question is, you mentioned that, going for walks in the office is good. What other exercises can we do also in the workplace besides going for the short walks? What other exercises can we do at the office? Thank you, sir.
It's actually a long list. Thank you so much for that. And I'm happy to meet someone from Nordica. But again, it's a long list, right? I mentioned something about skipping ropes. How much would it cost? What do it cost to buy a skipping rope? Nothing. So we don't. You probably don't even need to talk about much about treadmills. People can do that. Now, but there are yoga is also another thing. In fact, yoga incorporates. Now, I'm not saying the extremes of it, right? Because you may not be that flexible to get the full thing about yoga, but it incorporates both physical and mental health and the meditation too. Now, there are simple exercises, right? Somebody could just tell you, well, now, on the virtual thing I mentioned, there are exercises you can do just standing in one place, just at one spot. Somebody tells you, raise your leg, do that, do this, do that. All of them are just exercise. The fact is that your body is moving actively, not passively. And the fact you are doing that, there's something we call the pump here, the venous pump here. Have you noticed people that maybe after sitting a very long while, maybe 4 hours or more than that, they start having leg swellings, right? Or they ride flights or public transport that spend that length of time to they start also having that. It's because of the problems with venous pumps, because they were just at the same spot. So it doesn't have to be something that you don't need to go too far to do it. There are virtual, if you go to YouTube, I can tell you, just simple workplace exercises, you can download it. Someone would, by just playing the video, it guides you, walks you through the steps, and you can see them. Just do that, those exercises. For five, by the time you're done for 5 to 10 minutes, you'll be sweating. You understand? And if you're consistent with it, I'm sure you'll be very fit. Do it for 1 month. Try a 1 month challenge. You would not recognize who you have become afterwards.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Dempsey. There's another person at the back who has a question.
All
Your
right.
name, what you do, and 1 minute for your question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olabowale Oloshinde. I'm a wellness consultant and a yoga teacher. So I work with organizations, gyms, and private individuals. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Udensi. I gained a lot from the teaching, and you mentioned some challenges. Why one of those challenges I'm facing, whereas in a company, in the CEO, you don't see the CEO, you don't see the HR, and I gained some insights whereby I can implement. Now you mentioned something about doing kind of visual sessions, and you said there are some challenges with it. You didn't mention it, but you said there are some challenges. Can you share some challenges of virtual, group sessions in organizations? Thank you.
So if you want to do the virtual thing, it means you have to have a screen, right? Yeah, so it involves some form of funding. If you don't even have a screen, you may want to get a projector. So some projectors are cheaper these days anyway. But that financial cost coming, and not every company will want to invest in that, except you are able to convince them to do that. It becomes a challenge. You understand? Now, if the leadership team are not wellness oriented, no matter what policy you bring up around that, they're not likely, they'll trash it. You understand? So, but the value of virtual wellness training, so those exercises, just like I described to the lady earlier, the value there is that you don't even need to buy a whole lot of things to say you are exercising. Exercise has gone beyond just going to look for gym, and then somebody is trying to develop biceps. That's not even, it's not being healthy. You understand what I'm saying? You're just trying to look It's cosmetic to a very large extent. For me, it's simply cosmetic. But so a few of the challenges is just having that. And if you want to break it into basically around cost. Basically around cost. And then, but again, at work, not everybody wants to participate because oftentimes you need to come with some form of dressings and they wouldn't want to do it because those are their colleagues too around. You may not be very free with your colleagues the way you'll be free with yourself in your private space. You understand? So it becomes another thing. So in those situations, HRs may want to bring in a bit of policy to allow and encourage people to at least probably dress even a bit decently. So these are things you have to see and take care of before you can effectively have full participation from people. I don't know whether that made sense to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We have one final question over here. Please, can you come forward and ask your question?
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Tiali. I am an operations team lead. And I thank you, Dr. Yuma. So I heard when you spoke about the rule of walking for 5 minutes when you're seated for a while. Yes. So it just clicked to me that, this thing is something that I don't even remember to practice, right? Because a lot of times, and I'm sure that a lot of people also fall in this basket. There are times where you're on your decks and you're like, you know what, this task, I want to finish it up. And then it might take you 4 hours, 5 hours, and then you are just there, right? So I have two questions in this regard. The first one, for men, we know that, they say that when you sit for too long, you can develop prostate cancer. So I don't know if it's a myth. That's why I'm trying to get insight on that. So I'm also wondering that for women, what can this also cause, right? I mean, if you find yourself sitting for too long as well, that's one. Then I also wanted to check, okay, so for example, I'll give a scenario myself, right? Most times when I'm at work, I don't remember to stand up because I just want to get things done. Sometimes I'm conscious about it, but a lot of times I'm not. So if this same person also imbibes the routine of after work, I take a walk for like maybe 20 minutes, right? I just want your advice on what can be a balanced lifestyle. Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much. That's a very practical question you asked, right? Because all of us go through the same challenge. You know this is when I asked about, does anybody know about it? A lot of people said yes, they know about it. But if I ask how many people practice it, I will not see any hand up. I'm very certain I won't see any hand up. Now I'm not saying that I'm not part of that too, just to say. But again, it's not easy to practice, and that's a fact, right? But let me first bust the. Isn't even a myth? It's not really a myth. But because I'm a doctor, I can also link a bit, right? Now, one of the major things that cause cancer is a lot of people don't even know the link between obesity and cancer. Some cancers like breast cancers, even the prostate cancers, because the fat under your skin and wherever they accumulate on the belly and all of that because of obesity all produce some very minute quantities of testosterone and estrogens. These hormones are like fertilizers. So if there's an existing risk or even just one abnormally behaved, one cell that's in the breast or in the cervix or in the prostate that has decided to transform into cancer and just sees an abnormally high quantity of any of these hormones, it can blow up from there. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not like it's a direct link. Exercise, no exercise, no, it's not a direct link. It's the fact that obesity has to be there, increased hormone secretions, because they too, those adipose tissues produce their own hormones, apart from the ovaries and testicles that do that too, right? So that's one part. Now, how do you practice teaching better for what you said? Just to be very realistic, you may not be able to do 30 minutes because it looks like it's too frequent, right? But you can also do 1 hour. 1 hour. Now, oftentimes, like you said, when you have a whole lot of work to do, you just want to sit and finish it. But I also know that when you do that kind of work, you're also thinking, right? A number of us take calls for work. One of the things I have learned doing to also help reduce this for me is talk on the go. So even when I'm at home, I'm working. I told you we do hybrid stuff. So some days we do remotely. So even when I'm at home, I hold meetings pacing about. Do you understand me? Pacing about. I'm not even checking the number of steps I've done, but I'm on the phone talking on the phone, pacing up and about. It even helps me think, proactively get engaged in the conversation, and I'm not just seated at one spot. So there are many ways you can do that. You know what I'm saying? You can decide that, okay, while you're walking, something just came to mind and you need to think about it. You stand up, pace around. You get what I'm saying? While you are pacing about to just think about a way to go around the little problem you have there, you may have spent 5, 10 minutes. At the end of the day, it adds to physical exercise for you, counts as physical exercise for you. So you don't need to train your mind and say, I'm just going to write a timetable. It is time to go and walk, to walk, and then you start pacing about. No. Get something that makes it exciting for you, that makes it unconscious for you. And then you do it, and I'm sure you fit in well. Does that work for you? I think.
Thank you so much, Dr. Odensi. Please put your hands together once again for Dr. Odensi. Lovely. We'll now dive into the panel session, the first panel session for the day. And I'm going to be bringing up our speakers in a moment, but they're also going to be talking about corporate wellness, strategies for a healthier workforce. They're going to be answering some great questions. There are also going to be questions coming from the audience, so we can also dive deeper again. Our first speaker is Dr. Nwachukwu Enyima Udensi, Group Head Medical Service, Hygea HMO. Please come up stage again, sir. Thank you so much for being here today. Our next speaker is Fam Adejoke Ali, who happens to be the head HR Fitzin Pharmaceuticals. Do we have Adejoke here? Please put your hands together for Adejoke as she steps on stage. Our next speaker is Ibifaka Akimbinu. Forgive me if I butchered that name. She happens to be a lawyer and co-founder of Fabiola Lifestyle Co. Do we have Ibifaka here? Please put your hands together for her. Please don't be stingy with your applause. Be very, very generous with it. Lovely. We have Oluwakemi Akinola, who happens to be Director of Operations Plateaus Health. Do we have Oluwakemi here? Okay, Kemi is not here. We also have Dr. Faith Adewale, who is a medical doctor and TV personality. We will know him from the popular Big Brother Nigeria show. Do we have Faith Adewale in the building? No. Okay. So these three wonderful speakers, again, will be speaking to us on corporate wellness, strategies for a healthier workforce. Please put your hands together for them for being here and showing up for us. Okay, so to moderate this particular panel session, I will not be moderating this particular panel session, but I leave you in good hands in the person of Mercy Adebambo. Please put your hands together for Mercy in the very beautiful blue attire. She looks gorgeous. Please keep clapping for Mercy till she gets seated. So we have Oluwakemi, who's going to be representing Oluwakemi from Plateau's Health. Please put your hands together for her. And then we have Faith Adewale, who happens to be a medical doctor and TV personality. Welcome, sir. We love to have you here.
Hi everyone, good morning. I want to believe we've been having an amazing time so far. So not to waste our time, we'll be going right into the panel session. And I know that we're going to be having an enriching session with our speakers here. So my name is Mercy Oluwashemilore Adebambo. I'm the founder of Balance Professionals Network, and I'm happy to be moderating this session on corporate wellness. Thank you. So I'm going to be asking my first question, but it's a general question, so you all can speak on it. So the first question is, from your perspectives, how can organizations intentionally use corporate wellness as a tool to improve performance, efficiency, and overall workforce productivity? How can organizations use corporate wellness as a tool to improve performance, efficiency, and overall workforce productivity? So maybe we can start with Dr. Faith.
Hello, everyone. I think that's a beautiful question. And I think it also delves into the fact that when you have corporate structures, there's something that's very akin to it, and that's pressure. In an environment that is high pressure, people have high turnout, people need to perform constantly. Situations like that call for you to let loose. So imagine a situation where you have a banking hall, everybody's working so hard. And there are times when you actually call for retreats. And to some people, corporate wellness might not mean so much. But calling for periodic retreats allows you to achieve two things. First, you decompress the people that work for you. And you can't have a functional working machine if your GERs are tired. If your workers are tired, if they're under pressure, if they're so under stress, they can't perform that well. But when you bring these people out, maybe it could be like a 2-day retreat, which is quite popular in corporate culture now. But now it could be a more healthy retreat. So imagine going on a yoga session, or you take them to a paddle session for 2 days, 3 days, you do something nice. You achieve two things by doing that. First, you decompress them. The second thing is you make them realize that they're working in a family. So it's not just a job anymore. It's a bonding activity for everybody that works there. And obviously it's a healthy thing to do. So I think that's very beneficial for majority of corporate houses. And I hope we see more of that in corporate structures. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. So I would like to take us some steps backward, and it is very easy to talk about corporate wellness and obviously to mention to do like before we get to the retreat and all of the yoga session. There are reasons why some corporate wellness programs do not work today, and I think it's because everybody is treated the same, but health is deeply personal, right? And it's that, oh, okay, do you even know what is going on with your employees' health? What happened today is corporate outsource health to HMOs and then almost just forget it and let it be, right? But how involved are you in employees' health? We have found out that visceral fat, and I don't know that a lot of people know about visceral fat here, but visceral fat is the fat that sits in your trunk area. Right? Visceral fat An increase in visceral fat predisposes you to cancer and cardiovascular issues. If you ask your employee today either what is visceral fat or if they have any idea, I'm sure they do not know, they don't have an idea, right? We do things like, oh, sugar challenge, water challenge, let's walk 10,000 steps. But you don't even know if that person needs 10,000 steps. You don't even know if that person needs 7,000 steps. So how about we start from the basis of knowing? Let us know. How do we know? If you stand on a scale today, chances that you would know that you're just 73 kg is very high. But what if there was a way to know more? What if you can know your BMI? What if you can know your body fat? What if you can know your muscle mass? What if you can know your skeletal muscles? What if you can know your hydration and your metabolism? That is a beautiful place to start. Each of your employees knows all of that. And then from there, we can now start to talk about what next. Corporate wellness, how do we track? So I think that one of the important things to do would be to give your employees a metabolic baseline to start with. Let us see what your baseline is, and then we can pick it up from there, right? So I would just stop there so I don't speak too much. Thank you very much.
Okay, good day, everyone. So about 15 years ago, I resigned from my law firm and I decided to go full-time as a, fitness professional, fitness instructor. And I know at the time when I did that, my colleagues thought something was wrong. My parents thought something was wrong. Everybody thought something was wrong. And they were like, how do you leave law to be a fitness instructor? All that time. But thinking about it, I just, at the time, it was really suffocating. And I think that's why a healthy work culture is good. And I love my former employers. I love that law firm so much. I still see them till today, but it was just too rigid. And I found somewhere where I could be more expressive. So how do people make corporate wellness? I feel it's a way to tone down that rigidity. So even now, I return to the corporate world, but this time it's more relaxed. And when I compare myself, when I was going in as a lawyer, most of our briefs, most of the things I handled were like company secretarial work, and I would be in board meetings, and people were just so rigid. Everybody is so rigid. Yes, that's what was required. But going as a fitness instructor, and I went back to the same places, I saw smiling board directors. I saw smiling shareholders. It was different. And I think that's one thing that corporate wellness can be used. That's one of the strategies to tone down the rigidity, the engagement. And, that's one of the things. So I think that's one strategy that can be used. Thank you.
So maybe you can just keep it short. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adejoke Ali. I work for an organization called Fitting Healthcare PLC. And you may already know who we are. We're a pharmaceutical manufacturing organization. You may know some of our products. Astamine, Ciprotab, Tuxil, Tribotan, Avipor. I'm mentioning those names so that you recognize the organization. Linking corporate wellness to performance and productivity in the workplace. I think it starts with the ideology of the organization. I introduced my organization because our mantra is we value life. So wherever you see Fitting, you will see we value life. And we don't just say we live it. So it starts, like I said, with the ideology of the organization, starting from the top. So your management team, your board members, your executive team, what do they think about corporate wellness and the fact that people are not just tools, but they are at work to help you deliver targets, but they also have their personal aspirations, and they should also be able to live a good life in the organization. So starting from the ideology of the top, going into what structures do you have in place in terms of physical structures, even ideological structures. So do you have things like a wellness center? Do you have things like a gym? Even if you can afford that, can you partner with a gym? Right? Do you have health and wellness teams within your organization, within your HR team? Do you have a nurse on site? Do you have a clinic on site? Things like that. So you have to think about that deliberately. Then it also comes to your policies. What kind of policies do you have, right, that support health and wellness? Do you have annual leave policies? Do you have maternity policies? Do you have paternity policies, right? Do you have medical leave policies that people can go on medical leave and still get paid at work? Do you have employee assistance programs, right, where they can speak to maybe a psychologist or something to support their mental health and wellness, right? And then what kind of engagement activities do you put in place in your organization to just support, employee well-being? So when you look at the gamut of things that you put in terms of the structure in place, it can then help you to drive, employee well-being. I think the end point is for you to realize that it's not just a good to do, it's a critical to do, because when you tie employee well-being to productivity and performance, obviously it still ties to your top line and your bottom line. And when you begin to sell that idea, then you realize the organization becomes a little bit more focused on ensuring that, well-being is not a nice to do, it's a critical to do for us to deliver on our imperatives. So that would be my own contribution. Thank you.
All right, so I've spoken earlier, but I've listened to my colleagues. Very beautiful point, right? I'm not going to repeat anything anybody else said, and I hope you're taking notes of these things. But I'll start with this. There are a few low-hanging fruits for programs, things you can easily implement to improve both productivity and performance for staff, right? Now, it may not fit in for all industries, but one key thing is that you should find out what works for you in your own space. Simply adjusting the shift model of your staff can improve things. You understand? So sometimes some jobs you have, the kind of, well, I don't know, depending on the kind of company setup, everybody don't need to work every day. The departments that may just have about 4 persons, 5 persons, them service-based services are what they probably do. But if you ask all of them, maybe you create a shift that allow all of them to all stay present the whole day, you may still get very low performance from that. But if you tell them that you can do 1 day on, 2 days off, people want to commit a whole lot of their time and energy and make sure that no work is left undone. They want to make sure that every contact yields resolution. And resolution eventually, if it's properly done in line with your SOP and your guidelines, that's performance. So just adjusting that can do a whole lot for you. And it's easy. You can decide that as a manager without even speaking to senior management, or just make a case for them because you want to explain why they are not physically present at work anyway. Another thing is, if you basically do on-site work, like I said earlier, we can make it hybrid. Hybrid allow people to also, like I also described earlier on the challenges with commuting. So imagine that you say, usually you're meant to work Mondays to Fridays, all the days of the week. And that's physical on-site, right? But you tell them, why don't we do it this way? You come on a Monday, physical. Tuesday, you work from home. Wednesday, you come physically. Thursday, you work from home. Friday, you're on site. What it means is that whatever stress they acquired, they accumulated in the previous day, they have time to offload them because they can rest a bit, and allows them to concentrate. So the cumulative effect of all of that the whole week would not impact performance, would not cause diminishing returns because they are stressed up already. These are low-hanging fruits. So you can easily do that, improve performance. There are many other things too. You must not all be seated like we're seated and then we're having a meeting and we're talking. There are scenarios where people do walking meetings, right? Or standing meetings. And well, of course, for those ones, you may not even want to keep them for too long, right? Your meetings don't have to be 2 hours just to achieve something. punchy, and then you have proper focus on what you need to do, and you do it right. Now, I'm not going to say so much, but we're only giving tidbits on these things. You can think out the rest too on this. So that's
Thank you so much, Dr. Eyima. And I'm just going to be asking you just one more question. So I'm going to be asking specific question for all the panels. So just a question. I know you've spoken about it actually, but maybe we can just get some few more points. So the question is, how can organizations move beyond the reactive healthcare, such as paying for treatment, to more preventive, data-driven wellness strategies that can improve long-term outcomes? And I know part of the things you just spoke about right now is the hybrid system, which I feel like it's part of this solution to the question I've just asked. So maybe you could just give us some more other solutions. You could just keep it very short so that I can be able to ask all my questions. Thank you.
All right. So, remind me, the objective is what is that? Just make
So
sure.
this, how can organization move beyond reactive?
Reactive. So reactive is the main thing, and transit from reactive to proactive, right? So you're reacting because you just allow people to complain, come to you and say they are ill. Then you tell them go to the hospital and you pay, and you cater for it in a different, even by purchasing health insurance policies for them. You can also still be reactive in some ways. But if you're going to be proactive, right, you want to focus on making sure they don't even fall ill in the first place. There are 4 levels of preventive health, prevention of medical of ill health. So you have the primordial, primary, secondary, tertiary. All of them have what they do, right? But I'll start with the most common ones, the primary. Primary simply means that this individual has not fallen ill at all, but they are at risk of it. Let's use a simple thing you may know. So mosquito bites all of us, but eventually it transmits malaria parasites for the ones that are infected, and people can come down with malaria. Preventive there simply means that you make sure they don't even get bitten in the first place. But let's come to NCDs, right? Non-communicable diseases like hypertension, diabetes. Or easy to relate with ergonomics. Dr. Habib mentioned that. I would like to go back to it. So, and something we don't even pay close attention to oftentimes, though of course it's capital intensive to achieve full spectrum of that. But you want to make sure that your staff sitting positions there, and then how it relates to their monitors or their laptops and all of that is safe enough. There are guidelines that the angle of depression to the center of the monitor has to be about 20 degrees, all of those things. The armrest has to be such that this person feels comfortable, and then you keep your palm flat this way, and you don't need to bend it because you don't want injuries here. Then you also want them to be sitting upright. All this is ergonomics. You can list all of the things, how to do it, right? But what are the problems with it? And I know colleagues that have developed spinal problems after many years of wrong sitting positions. And some of them had to go through surgeries for it. How do you prevent it? It's simply ergonomics. And that's proactive. Get them things that properly set them right. So I'll just use that as an instance.
Thank you so much, sir. Because of our time, I'll be moving to Pharmacy Adejoke. So my question for you is, what structured policies or initiatives has your organization implemented to promote employee well-being, and what lessons can other companies learn from that approach? Please just answer in 1 minute. Thank you.
Wow, I'll try. So I did say that we value life, and there are so many policies we put in place. I've talked about the statutory ones, like standard ones, your maternity leave policy. Some organizations will do the minimum 3 months. We do more than 3 months. We do 4 months. And we do 3 months even after that when a mother resumes work and she can resume late and then close early, right? We also have paternity leave policies because let's face it, the men who have to support their women, right? So we have that in my organization as well. We have our annual health checks, right? Even though, Dr. Ya talked about it shouldn't be just a one-off thing. It should be a culture. And in that, we'll do several things. We'll do blood sugar checks, blood pressure checks, your BMI. We even have brought people who have come to do ECGs within the workplace and all that. Beyond that, there are some things with, even at the board level, we say any meeting that you're going to attend that is going to be more than 2 hours, you have to take a 10-minute break, a physiological break. So some disciplines must be there. We used to have what we call wellness walk. So at 10:30 every morning, you will hear the wellness music played. It means everybody stop what you're doing, take 2 flights of stairs up, 2 flights down, and get back to work. And at 3:30, that happens also, every day. And also try and make sure that your activities engage people. So we had part of our annual health week, we had what we call the Fits-In Games. We wanted to bring well-being into fun, right? So we had like what they call houses, teams. We named them after our products. And then we had our executive directors head each group. So we had Astimin headed by, this ED. We had this headed by the MD and all that. And then we had games from tug of war to races to this, and it was so much fun. And at the end of the day, people were healthier, they were happier, and we had that ownership from the top. So many policies that we put in place, I could go on, right? But if you check my LinkedIn page, you see quite a number of all those activities that we put in place. Because the essence of this is that you need to go back to your organizations and be able to implement something that works, right? Again, well-being should not just be ticking that box. You should be deliberate about it. And I believe that, these are some of the things that we have put in place to support that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll be asking you a question next. I know you're a representative from Fabila. Sorry. My question for you is, how do you see corporate wellness evolving over the next few years, particularly with the rise of digital health solutions and more flexible work cultures?
Okay. So I believe that it has to evolve.
Sorry, please just answer in 1 minute.
Yes, it will be very short, yes. To be more practical, it has to be realistic and fit into the employee's life. It has to be more personalized. Most times it is very general, and it's also very heavily focused on physical fitness. So it ignores things like mental, social, emotional well-being of the people. So it has to be more realistic. And then I think the foundation of it all is actually building work so that it actually promotes overall well-being. Because no matter how if the work culture is unhealthy, that's already a faulty foundation. So no amount of wellness activity is going to fix that. So it has to be realistic. It also has to evolve. Obviously, with digital options, flexible work, then it also has to evolve and not be tied to a specific location or a specific timing. So it also has to be as flexible as as work is now. Work is flexible, so corporate wellness also has to be flexible. The teams have to think out of the box. How can we make this more engaging for the people to boost their overall performance? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be moving to Oluwakemi. Yeah. So my question for you is, many employees are unaware of underlying health risks until they become very serious. How can companies leverage early screening tools and preventive diagnostics like those offered by Plato's Health to proactively address these silent killers and build a health conscious workforce?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think that the health system over the past decade has been very reactive, and there's no better time to be proactive and have preventive healthcare than right now. We have so many tools at our disposal. We're literally in the time of AI, so it literally helps, right? On Plato's end, our goal is to make preventive healthcare accessible to everybody, no matter the age, the social difference, We want everybody to have access to preventive care. And how we've done that today is with a device. We have a hardware that can help you monitor up to 20 different body biomarkers. And then you can actively measure, understand, and act on your health. We have a booth there, and we have up to 50 free body scans. So please feel free to stop by our booth and make sure that you leave here today with a body scan composition assessment. You need to be able to know what is going on inside your body. And for organizations, how they can do this is to key into that. For example, last week we were at BCG and we're able to set up a booth for them, a booth for the employees to check and know their body composition, their baseline. And it was very, very interesting and beautiful to see that people that were going to the gym could see the result of the protein level, hydration. And then for other people, it was also a reality check like, oh, I actually have to do something about my health. So that way, it's a wake-up call for both the employee and the organization. We've also partnered with other organizations, Accela, and like I said, we have Accela. We've also worked with Access Bank too. So if you would want to work with organizations like that for employees, you can.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Dr. Faith Adewale, the last but not the least question for you is, as a physician and wellness advocate, how do you see burnout and mental stress impacting productivity and performance in corporate environment? And what practical steps can organizations take to address this effectively? Please help me answer this in 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great question. We should probably go to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I think a lot of people treat creativity as an orange or lemon you want to squeeze. But I think creativity is a tender green plant that you take care of and you want it to grow. And if you remember Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if you don't have your baseline needs settled, you can't have self-actualization goals. So think of creativity that way too. You can't have the most of your actors, of your influencers, of your creatives, of your marketing department if they don't have their basic needs met. And another thing I experienced personally is I was on reality TV, and it made me realize that there are things you see, there are things, if you don't experience it, you can't understand it. I was in a house locked up for 3 months. And I know in your psychology class, they'll tell you isolation does crazy things to the mind. I experienced that. I know what it feels like to be isolated. You can't step out of your house for 3 months. You think it's nothing until you experience it in real life. And I wish I had access to proper psychological care. I wish I had access to proper, systems that were there to put checks in place. So I think my mission now is to say, oh, hey, going forward, I hope that people have access to the things I didn't have access to while I was there. Creatives deserve a better life. And honestly, you would get more from the creatives in your system if you took care of them better, if you gave them better psychological health. And if creatives do well, if ideas flow well, your corporation does well, your stories sell better, your marketing does better. So thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much to all our panelists. I hope we've all learned a lot from what they've shared within the very short time. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for all our panelists. They've done an amazing job. We do not have time to take questions at the moment, unfortunately, so we'll ask them to please go back to their seats. But I mean, during the course of the event, we'll definitely make out some time for the Q&A session. Okay, please put your hands together for them once again as they make... Oh, yes, so we need you to just stand here while we take a group picture. Can we have Mr. Abib Moshood on stage? Okay. We're going to be moving on to our next panel session. I do hope we're having a swell time and we're taking notes. Please put your hands together once again for all our speakers. They've done an amazing job. Are we excited this morning? We don't look excited. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? Are we excited this morning? Hello, ma'am. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
Ayole.
Ayodele. Lovely to meet Ayole, nice open teeth like my own. Thank you all so much for being here. We're pressed for time, but I will just quickly move into the next panel session. And please, this is why we ask that everybody comes early so that we're not rushing things. For those of you that came late, you have punishment, okay? But for those of you that came early, we have cyber trucks for you, okay? Do we believe me? Cyber trucks and Venzas, are we ready? All right. So this next panel, I'm sorry, sir, what did you say? You said something. You don't believe me? All right. So this next panel session is going to be focusing on fighting the silent killers, wellness interventions for preventing non-communicable diseases. And we have the first speaker who happens to be Dr. Emmanuel Osezie. Please, can we have Dr. Emmanuel Osezie on stage? Okay, Dr. Emmanuel is not here. We have Dr. Kolade Abayomi, who is the CEO, Wella Health. Can we have Dr. Abayomi on stage? Please put your hands together for Dr. Abayomi. Okay, so a little birdie has just told me that it's not Wella Health, it's Welding Health. So, our organizers, why? Okay, please put your hands together for Dr. Abayomi as he makes his way to the stage. Next up, we have Miss Ayole, my very beautiful sister in the audience. And she works with FCC Healthcare as a cardiovascular technician. Please put your hands together for Ayole. We also have Priya Ruth Igali, who is the Group Head Public Health Advisory at HSDF. Please put your hands together for Priya Ruth Igali. Can we make that applause very loud? Don't be stingy once again with your applause. Right. We also have Dr. Moyo Makinde, who's a consultant, family and lifestyle medicine physician. She's also head of family medicine, lifestyle and wellness unit at LASUS. Please, Dr. Moyo, join us on stage. And now we have Dr. Wellington Abosede, non-communicable disease coordinator at Lagos State Ministry of Health. Dr. Wellington Abosede, please put your hands together for Dr. Wellington. And to moderate this particular panel session, we have Dr. Olaoluwa Olorunfemi. Please put your hands together for Dr. Olaoluwa.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm really glad for this opportunity to be here, and thank you very much to our moderators. The organizers have decided that I'm not worthy enough to sit down on the stage with our panelists. So I'll be standing and interacting with our panelists. Then maybe I'll try and speed it up myself so that I will not have to stand for too long and you're not bored. Does that work for everyone? All right. All right. So the first question I want to ask, and I'm directing that to Dr. Abosede Wellington. Given the context in Nigeria, we tend to place a lot of focus on
communicable diseases, malaria, typhoid, and whatever, then maybe other issues like maternal mortality and morbidity. But given the influence of the Western lifestyle, we know that conditions like diabetes and hypertension are on the rise. So I'm just asking, I'm curious, or we are more curious, from a public health perspective, what are the trends that we've noticed in non-communicable diseases in Lagos or in Nigeria at large today? And what would we say are drivers for these conditions?
Hello.
Okay, great.
Good morning. Thank you for the questions. Okay, most of the trending non-communicable disease, at least from the Nigeria and the Lagos State perspective, starts from one of the most common one is hypertension, which take a large portion, followed by cancer, followed by the cardiovascular diseases, which is stroke and other cardiovascular, finally the chronic disease. And one of the things that can cause this is, we know Lagos urbanization. When there's development, people are working, people are stressed, people have to work for very long hours. People have to leave their house from one place to another. But there's development in Lagos State. Obviously, urbanization is going to affect our health, just like what they've talked about. Another cause can be due to our dietary lifestyle. Because we don't really cook at home, we have to come to work, we have to buy food. And some people are very used to buying Indomie. And we know the health implication of Indomie and all these other processed food. And Lagos, one woman is selling one fried yam somewhere, fried akara somewhere, and all these things contribute to it. Another thing is behavioral pattern. Because now we work on the system. So you can be on the system for the next 6 hours, scrolling through your phone for the next 4 or 5 hours. So we are not moving about. We are not taking that little work that we do. We are not exercising. We are not giving ourselves the break that we usually do. The behavioral pattern has really changed. And another thing that can cause it is now government policies. So that's why government is now working on policies that will be accommodating to the whole populace. So economic factor, we shouldn't forget that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll probably come back to ask more about the economic factors and government policies later on. But we'll be directing the next question to Dr. Iyeri from PBC Diagnostics. So we've already spoken, and we know that these conditions are on the rise, especially in our middle class, upper class, and say 35 upwards. But the main problem is that most of these conditions, they go undetected until it's late. So from your wealth of experience, what would you say are the key tests that people should prioritize for regular checkup and the regularity of this test? And how important is routine screening? That's even before any of these things are observed in the first place. So you have the floor, sir.
Hello. All right, thank you so much. So, with respect to routine testing, it goes without saying these days, right, that having to do your routine medical checks has become a mainstay as a true test of wellness. I know that for most parts, and I think men are mostly culpable here, you feel well, you feel fine, you are doing okay, and everything is fine. But really, like I like to say, our symptoms, diseases generally, they compound over time, right? And just imagine a vehicle that you can get in a vehicle, start the vehicle, vehicle is moving. It does not mean that the vehicle does not have one issue or the other, especially when those issues are displayed on the display, of the vehicle. Now, for routine testing, You mentioned from 35 upwards. I think I've even brought it a bit lower now, so just a bit lower than 30, right? Because we see those things in the much younger age. So we encourage those that are 25, getting closer to 30 and above, to start taking routine testing more seriously. So to the specific question regarding what test exactly, I would say we start from the common things first. So the major organ testing, your kidney function test, what we call EUCR, your liver function test, the basic testing for the heart, ECG. And the very good thing these days is that most of the wellness checks that we have, the different plans, they have this test as part of the compulsory components, right? So doing your viral screening, very important to have those done, because sometimes these viral infections take years for you to see them manifest, right? So I've encouraged that these very simple testings are done. A simple test, again, like fasting blood sugar, very important. Now, layering on that, there's a test called HbA1c. HbA1c is a test that helps you to know your sugar control in the last 3 months. The very interesting thing is that, or perhaps not interesting, is that your fasting sugar may be fine, but it may just be that the A1C is the first indicator to show that somebody is pre-diabetic. All right? So those are just a few tests I would like to mention.
Thank you very much for that. Even as the doctor, I did not know that now we are looking at 30 as the benchmark for some of these things. Yes, but medicine evolves, right? So my next question is to Dr. Kolade Abayomi. That's from Welling. So from your work with in preventive care space and the diagnostic space, just to layer again on what has been said earlier, what habits and patterns would you say are communicating most to the rise of these diseases?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you for that question. So, I mean, it's no brainer, it's no rocket science. It's what we do every day, right? When it comes to these NCDs, I would say let's talk about globalization and us adopting, foreign behaviors, in terms of our dietary intakes, in terms of our work models, and in terms of what we do as a people. So I think one of the biggest culprits is food. What you take in is the biggest culprit. Nowadays, we have what we call ultra processed foods on the go. On the go, we buy food on the go. You have high cholesterol content, so that's number one. What we call the street culture right now in Lagos, whereby everybody buys food on the go. One. Number two, what you're taking again is about level of alcohol consumption, right? So harmful toxins like alcohol, right? Obviously, smoking. Smoking is a very big one that causes the NCDs. Number four, already we talked about, it's called a sedentary lifestyle. Sitting in a place for too long, right? It's in fact, that should be an epidemic actually, because nowadays where we have remote jobs, right? People work on and off. It's so bad that it contributes a very big percentage to NCDs, sedentary lifestyle. I mean, you just sit down, you have muscle atrophy, you have buildup of cholesterol in your blood vessels. It can cause so many things: stroke, heart attack, just name it. So it's a big one. And number five is lack of information. I mean, as that sounds hard to believe, people need to hear the right thing before they can act. So, I mean, one of the things I always tell people is know the difference between what we call wellness and well-being. They're not the same thing. Or they sound similar, but wellness and well-being have different, concepts, right? But I won't go into that, deeply. So, for people, medical jargons that they give them, they can't understand it, when they go for their first screening. And what's like happening that they just throw it away because they don't, it's too much information, right? So what they see cannot help them. And it's part of what I call the risk factors to developing more NCDs because they cannot act on it. They don't know what to do. So last will be, I would say, maybe stress. Obviously, we talk about stress today, stress living in Lagos. chronic stress from workplace exertions, and the rest. So those are the 6 core things actually that has led to a rise of NCDs in Nigeria, and it will be just to know that right now NCDs accounts in Nigeria is about 29%. We have one of the largest burden in the world, actually, in the country at 29%. And sudden death, and because of that, sudden death is over around 17% right now in Nigeria. People are slumping all over the place. That's how bad it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. From Dr. Wellington and Dr. Abayomi's contributions, it's almost like living in Lagos is a risk factor for non-communicable disease at this point. So moving to Mrs. Ayolei, from your work and experience at First Cardiology, if I'm correct, how would you say, or what would your contribution be to organizations integrating preventive health into their organizational structure to reduce the risk of NCDs among their employees? Because we know that if, given the macroeconomic situation in Nigeria, that benefits are the first things to go in organizations when they are trying to cut costs.
As a family physician and also a lifestyle medicine physician, is that the rates of NCDs, that's the non-communicable diseases, are rising, every day, despite the fact that we have a lot of new medication out there. We have a world population will become diabetic, in another 30 years. And so the question I ask is, how do we deal with the root cause of disease? And I believe that that's what every health institution needs to look at. If we really want to bring these preventive strategies into primary care, we need to think about lifestyle medicine. And I know that lifestyle medicine is not very common to a lot of people. It's a relatively new specialty, but you need to be able to ask your healthcare provider about lifestyle medicine because it deals with the root cause of disease. So we are all aware of these behaviors that can lead to disease. Many of us are aware of those behaviors, but what we lack is the capacity to change. So behavior change is the issue. And so in our healthcare facilities, we need to bring in lifestyle medicine clinics, into institutions, whether secondary institutions, tertiary institutions, primary, because we need the people out there, the grassroots, to see that you don't need to come to hospital because you are sick, but you're coming to the hospital because you are well or you want to be well. So you want to have that screening, the necessary screenings, which my colleague here just talked about. And those screenings, they differ based on your age and based on your sex. And this behavior change can only be offered by someone who has been trained to offer that change. So that's why we also need a team approach, within the healthcare sector, whether secondary, tertiary. We need the interplay of the physician, the dietitian, the psychologist, the physiotherapist or exercise physiologist. So when you come to the hospital, don't see yourself as coming because you are sick. Come because you want to be well. You want to learn the strategies to change your behavior. And I think that will be the solution, in the long run to help us to bring these preventive strategies, into healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we are pressed for time, I have to compress a bit. So my next question is for Dr. Kolade and Dr. Iyeri. From a private business point of view, how would you say diagnostic centers and healthcare providers can encourage or work to get more people to have more consistent and much more earlier checks? And what business strategies, what perspective, or what approaches? Because sometimes there might be a cost element to people not wanting to do these things. So what methods would you say the private sector should, or what approach should the private sector take towards getting more participation or more care for preventive care?
Yeah, let me start. So thanks for that question. And for me, my experience in the field has taught me a lot of things, right? And I'll share, very simple. There is no shortcut to anywhere worth going. That's first thing, right? And number two, anything you want to do in life that you don't have an objective, right? You don't have an aim, before you even start, you must have this, at a minimum, these three components. It must be structured to achieve an aim at the end of the year. The same way you are looking at your bottom line financials at the end of the year, you must see your corporate wellness status at the end of the year. And it cascades down to individuals. So if, for example, company A says, my objective is to, and even make it the KPI. Some companies make it the KPI, actually, because you are the one putting, okay, for example, we do screening, right? And you see maybe the HR department, they score the lowest point, and because of that, they are putting the whole company down when it comes to wellness score. And you say, HR, then what's happening there? You have to do more. And you go in and look at those components and say, okay, let's tailor these programs for the HR. Is it, are they lacking in physical awareness or whatever it is, right? And you begin to drive, and in that way, you're saving money, right? And you're also driving more participation. I mean, it's a whole lot of strategy, but let me just stop there so that can talk. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that question. I'll just layer a bit on what my colleague has shared. What I always say is that a healthy workers essentially translate to a healthy organization, and ensuring that companies pay attention to how healthy their staff are is very important. I just want to create a layer, not just from getting your routine testings done, which is very important, but there's an aspect sometimes that we also leave out. For organizations now, how train our staff in first aid and those first responder kind of things when it comes to our staff training. So this is speaking to HR and admin component of the company. These are areas that we need to invest regarding our staff. People can know their numbers, but any patient, any staff can at any given time collapse. And if that happens, how do you respond? What do you do? Do you have an idea of how CPR is performed on someone that has maybe a sudden fall in the workplace? I also want to bring in an idea regarding how individuals take charge of their health. I want to buttress that with a story. I have a patient that I'm managing currently for CML. CML is chronic myeloid leukemia. He's 39 years old now, but 10 years ago he was diagnosed to be hypertensive. It was just a case of him having constant headaches. Long story short, he was placed on antihypertensive, except that in recent times he started having bouts of malaria. He treats today, tomorrow he comes back, until he was asked to do routine and expand the testings. And guess what? His white cells were hitting the roof. He was placed on medications, and now the guy is no longer on treatment for hypertension. So it's important that individuals invest in knowing their own numbers. Yes, there's the part of companies ensuring that you're enrolled on HMOs, and thankfully with the NHI Act that makes insurance compulsory, that is all on the side of corporate responsibility to their staff. But each person must take personal responsibility for their health. There's a test among women, and any woman that is in the age of 15 to 65, thereabout, you are required to have your pap smear done. But you see, your pap smear shows a lot of information. Some women, it is when you have your pap smear done that the possible transformation to cancer of the cervix is placed for the first time. Now, if you leave this for the company alone to handle, then perhaps you're exposing yourself unnecessarily. So our advice on the corporate end, let us invest in training. Let's ensure that staff is trained on first responders and invest in a healthy workforce by ensuring that at the least the routine medical checks when it comes to pre-employment and annual checks, even the lower end, because when it comes to the annual checks, there are also the lower end of testings. Then individuals, take charge of your health. Thank you.
All right. So the organizers have, okay, they have stopped me due to our time. The last question is to our just one one line, just in closing this conversation. Dr. Adeniran, who is representing Dr. Wellington, what are the new government policies in place as regards NCDs? Then to Dr. Muyo, if I'm not wrong, how would you say we can bring the actual implementation on a clinical level? And Ms. Priye, sorry, forgive me, Ms. Priye rather, how can we say from a strategy perspective, can we ensure that this actually gets to the lower class, the people actually in it? Just one line, so that everyone has an opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, prevention. So I'll just say for NCD, they're integrating it to the primary health care. And don't forget, health insurance, Ilera Eco, is for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay. So every encounter with the medical doctor should be seen as an opportunity to educate people coming from the community, people coming for a health check on the principles and the strategies of lifestyle medicine so that they can change their behavior.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll try in one line. But so I will say that NCDs affect people disproportionately. And of course, the people who are at higher risk are those who do not have access to the time, don't have the money to access these resources. So in designing these strategies, we need to ensure that these strategies are taken to the people that need it the most. We're looking at community level implementation strategies, community level affordable healthcare, affordable interventions. I think that's how most I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please, a round of applause for our panelists. They are going to rise. I'm going to my seat. Thank you.
You're not going. Please just stand on stage so that you can take a group picture. Please join them, Mr. Olaoluwa. Thank you, our wonderful moderator. Thank you for not keeping to time. I forgive you. Okay, can we also have Mr. Habib join them on stage? Please smile. I see some of you not smiling. Please smile. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them as they make their way to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we're having an amazing time. I hope we've been fed. I see many of our mouths moving from side to side, and I love that. And I hope that we can now respond better. If you're not with me, say Wellness Expo 2026. Okay. People are here. If you're with me, say Wellness Expo 2026. For people that have eaten bread and tea, you people are you're still not active. Can we say Wellness Expo 2026? Lovely. Thank you so much, everybody. You all are amazing. We'll now move to the next thing on the agenda, which is the presentation by the FCC Healthcare. And this is going to be taken by Mr. Otis Eyike, who happens to be the Business Development and Marketing Specialist at FCC Healthcare. Do we have Mr. Otis here? All right, please put your hands together for Mr. Otis as he takes the presentation.
Hello. Am I staying here present? Oh, don't worry, I don't need to. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello. I don't know why this crowd is so calm and quiet. You guys are not activated. Are we not happy today? Are we not happy today?
We need some ginger in this place. So please share my slide if you're there. My name is Otis Aidike. I'm the head of business, first cardiology consultant. I am so happy to be here today. I was expecting to probably meet a larger crowd, but all the same, I believe my message would still get to one or two people. My slides, please. I'm still waiting. So, am I supposed to come up or I'm fine here? Oh, okay. On the other side. Okay. First cardiology, I'm not going to talk about business so much here. I know when you hear business people talking, it's about spending money. But I'm also happy because a lot of information on my slide have been overemphasized here. So it makes my time shorter here discussing. First cardiology consultant, I believe quite a number of us already know about first cardiology. We're more of like the pioneers when it comes to cardiac or heart-related treatment here in Nigeria. Started 2008, so 18 years in line, we've been delivering the highest level of quality in terms of healthcare services. Now?
Okay, sorry to break that session up. So we want to do a 30 seconds. I lied. That's not going to be 30 seconds, but we're going to do a stretch right now because I see that you all are quite docile. The energy in the room is not great. So we're going to be doing a stretch, and I'm going to be bringing Dr. Susan and Majet to handle that session. Please put your hands together for them as they make their way to the stage. Don't be stingy with your applause again.
All right, so I'm actually clapping for myself. Clap for yourself and give yourself a hug. Big clap. Okay, so please get on your feet. This is gonna be 60 seconds and we'll be done. Thank you. Okay, my name is Dr. Susanna.
Get on the stage. You don't want? Oh, my name is Maja.
Okay, and I'm Dr. Susan. All right, should we get on the stage? Okay, come. Why don't, okay. You will. Okay, that way. Oh, okay, sure. I wanted to show them that I'm fit. Just kidding. Okay. Okay. So this will be just 60 seconds. All right. So first of all, raise your hand up, all the way up. Okay, like this. Like, oh my. So this is like, God, I don't come, or like, you know, all the way back. And then come down. Touch your toe. Okie dokie. Now, you're going to rotate your neck to the left, to the right. Okay. And then you're going to swing your hand. Oh, first, stretch your hands out. And then say goodbye. There you go. Okay. And then the other way around. All right. And then now your hip rotation. So show them. That's your part. All right. Ready? Okay. So let's see what you got. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. The other way around. 1, 2, and 3. And lastly, you're going to hold me. Hold something. Shake. Shake. And finally, you're going to clap for yourself like, oh my God, you made it. Clap. All right, 1 second.
This mic testing. That was really nice, everyone. Well done. But these things are really important that you do through your work days, through your life. The brain needs a break every 90 minutes, okay? And if you're sitting for more than an hour, you're sitting for too long. So have these little energizer moments in your day, throughout your day. 5 minutes of movement. Wave your arms, shake your legs, move around. It really brings you into the present moment. And it's a really, really helpful process. You do this consistently every day of your life. For a year, it'll change your life.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Susan and Maja. Please put your Is that how you clap for people that just help you? Stop it. Don't do that. Thank you so much, guys. All right, sir. Please carry on.
Thank you very much. It's good to know that we are now activated. Okay. Thank you. Like I said, before 2008, most of the cardiac cases we used to have back then normally are travel out of the country to India. Cases like carrying out CAT procedures, angiography, angioplasty, and the rest, open heart surgeries, pediatric adults, whatever the case might be, they fly them out of the country. And it was a gap in the country. And so the founder of First Cardiology, Dr. Adeyemi Johnson, identified that gap and decided to come back home. And that's where he brought up the facility, First Cardiology Consultants. And in 18 years, we have done wonders, especially in the healthcare space, where we now carry out open heart surgeries for adults, pediatrics, hitting over a 95% success rate across board. And now we even carry out, we have a CAT lab. You saw one of our CAT representative here. And we carry out minimal invasive procedures. Without tearing the skin, we can carry out procedures in the heart. So it sounds like a trick, but yes, it happens here in Nigeria. So 18 years, and we are still leading on that pipeline and ensuring that we deliver the utmost excellent care in Nigeria. Next slide, please. Okay, First Cardiology Consultant. We've been called a cardiac center for too long, and so there was a need for us to rebrand. We are now a multi-specialist facility where we offer more than just cardiology. So these are other services rendered or that we offer at First Cardiology, from weight loss, physiotherapy, orthopedics, urology, stroke management, and quite a lot. Next slide, please. So this has been overflogged by quite a number of people who are present here today. The take home is this. If you're here, you've not done your annual health check for this year, I believe that you're on a long team. It's very important for you to see your doctor, go to a hospital, and do your comprehensive checks. My orientation for that, one thing I've always learned in my 15 years working in the healthcare space is anything that is detected or caught early is treatable, easier to manage, and it is cheaper to manage. So we have different categories at First Cardiology: basic, intermediate, cardiac, comprehensive for men, comprehensive for women. Don't let our location scare you. You say, these guys, they're staying in Ikoyi, they are for the big guys. No. Our prices are very, very affordable, and I'm willing to throw in a 10% discount for anyone who comes to my booths and want to get the annual check done. Next slide, please. Next slide. Sleep testing. Very well. None of us here know what happens when we sleep. Well, some of us might have some issues when we sleep. Some of us we know people who snore when they sleep. We have people who gasp for breath when they sleep. We have people who wake up in the morning feeling so tired. We have people who, instead of sleeping at night, they sleep during the day. We have people who don't even sleep for 6 to 7 hours at night. And so sleep testing or sleep study is something we do at First Cardiology, where we tend to monitor your sleep pattern. We can have you at the facility to sleep overnight, or we can come to your home and connect you and watch you sleep overnight. The idea is for us to understand your heart rate when you sleep, your breathing rate when you sleep, your sleeping pattern, and every other things. Because if there's something called sleep apnea, and that is connected to this. And so most people have sleep apnea, but they don't even know. And one of the risks of sleep apnea is that you are prone to having stroke, high blood pressure, and other cardiac-related issues. Next slide, please. There's a machine called the CPAP machine, which we have in stock at First Cardiology. It's something that those people who are diagnosed of having sleep apnea should have. You use it to sleep. It helps to clear the airway, and it gives you this, it prevents you from falling risks to all the cardiac issues that could come from sleep apnea. The next slide, please. Stress test. Next slide. Many of us mostly know how our heart functions when we are resting. But how many of us know how the heart functions when we are stressed? We have seen situations where people are just walking on their own. The next thing, they start falling down. You hear heart attack. You hear other coronary heart diseases and all. Now, the heart is very funny in the sense that it has a level at which it can manage stress. So what the stress test is all about is we want to see how your heart works when you are stressed. So we find a way to stress you, and then we study your heart to see. And because we are all exposed to stress, whether you like it or not. We work in different organizations, we are burnt out, we work. But trust me, is your heart actually in a good place to manage the amount of stress you get? So, next slide, please. These are some of the tests that we can do to assess, the level or how your working heart condition during stress. ECG, they've mentioned it quite a number. If you're here, you've never done an ECG, you're also on a long team. You need to go and do an ECG. At least know the state of your heart. It's very, very important here. So an ECG or stress echo, exercise stress test, we put you on a treadmill, you are running on a treadmill, and we are monitoring and studying your heart to say, okay, this heart can take this amount of stress. It's not magic. If you want to get it done, you can meet us at our booths there, and we'll schedule you an appointment to come into the facility. The next slide, please. Okay, in case you don't know, there are a lot of things that the stress can do. It can raise the BP, because when we are stressed, what happens to the blood vessels? It becomes thinner, and more blood is pumped from the heart. So one is prone to having high BP when you are stressed. Yes, stress also can raise your sugar level. When you're stressed, what happens? The body tends to release sugar into the blood, and that is high blood sugar. You know what that means. So when you're stressed, also inflammation is body reaction towards most of these things that happens in the body, and this could even come up in form of atherosclerosis, cholesterol buildup in vessels and all. So when you put 1, 2, 3 together, of course, number 4 is quite explanatory. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk, this is the last time I'm going to talk about endoscopy. Endoscopy could either be gastroscopy or colonoscopy. So gastro is upper GI, and colonoscopy is the lower GI. Now, the truth is this. I have worked on a cancer center before. I worked there for about 4 years. And one of the things I understood is, I'm just going to use cancer as a case study here. It is treatable, but only when identified in an early stage. It can be stage 1, 2, 3, 4. But when you're getting it in a stage 4, it's already very difficult to manage. Last week, I lost a cousin to colon cancer. And in fact, the barrier is even today. My point is this. I don't think it's too difficult for any one of us to go into a facility, even for those who are 35, 40, to do a colonoscopy. You don't need to start having maybe stomach pain, because actually, my cousin was having pains in the stomach for 5 years, and he called it stomach ulcer. So if he had even done a colonoscopy within, or say, the early of those 5 years, maybe we could have identified polyps and then taken them out. And maybe he will still be alive today. My point is this. If you're 35, in your 40s, male, female, never done a colonoscopy, you're also on a long term. You need to get yourself scheduled to get a colonoscopy done. It is painless and seamless. I have enough. Don't worry. It's painless, it's seamless. In fact, when the scope is being done, you can even watch it on a flat screen. You are seeing everything inside. It's so seamless, and you're done. So for those of you who are interested, we have a consultant coming. He's one of the best in the world. His name is Dr. Patani. He's coming, and his prices are the cheapest you can get all over this Nigeria. Trust me on that. He's coming, I think, towards the end of May. So it's an opportunity for you to come and quickly grab a slot and get a colonoscopy done. If you want to do a gastroscopy, it's fine. You want to see your esophagus, if you have upper GI pain, maybe ulcer or the rest, it's also an opportunity to get it done. Next slide, please. So I believe I've spoken about all this. Next slide. So to wrap up, I believe we're talking about wellness here. Someone already mentioned here that if something happens to someone in your workplace, by the next Monday they are going to replace you. Trust me, it won't get to Monday. It won't even get to Monday. If you are here and you feel that your organization owns you a responsibility to look after your health, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time. You are the one that should be in charge of it all. I don't understand. An organization has acquired HMO services for you, and you want the organization to come and beg you to go and do your screening. I just mentioned annual health checks now. Annual health checks are covered by your HMOs. You have Leadway. You have Total Health Trust. There are so many HMOs. So what's so difficult in going there and say, okay, I'm under Leadway. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do this. For free. You're not paying. So I think this thing boils back to character. It's our persons. And we are more used to waiting for certain things to become very severe before we run to the hospital. That is not the way it's done. Personally, for me, I go to the hospital. Nothing, my wife tells me, what are you looking for every week? I said, don't worry. I have worked in the healthcare space for too long to understand that only what is caught early can be managed appropriately. So coming to events like this is not just to come, relax, and just, you need to go around the people who are exhibiting, find out what they do, schedule appointments, see a doctor, and get yourself screened. If you have any questions or you have anything you want to ask, you can meet us at our booth. I'm going to be there for just 1 hour, and I'm going to be throwing out discounts on anything you're coming in for. So please take opportunity and let us see and discuss much further. Thank you very much, and have a great time, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Otis. Please, you can do better than that. Put your hands together for Mr. Otis. Don't forget to also visit their booth at the back, FCC Healthcare. Thank you so much. Right about now, we'll move on to the next thing on the agenda, which is the presentation by Joe's Energy House. And to take on that presentation, we have Dr. Grace Chubo, who is a consultant pediatrician. Please put your hands together for Dr. Grace Chubo. She happens to also be the director, Joe's Energy House.
Afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, again, my name is Dr. Mrs. Grace Chubo, Director of Joe's Energy House. Joe's Energy House is a premier tertiary integrative health and wellness center located at Magodo GRA Phase 2. And primarily, we are concerned with addressing illnesses from the roots, okay, and bringing treatment from the cellular level. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. Well, to achieve this, we use a number of technologies. We are actually primarily concerned with energy medicine, but we integrate it with other forms of practice, the conventional, and naturopathy. So it's a multidisciplinary organization where we use energy technologies and other forms of complementary technology.
Somewhere along the way, we made a deal with you.
Okay, so please just relax and listen to the video, then I can speak later.
How did managing? Yes, for a long time. We thought of health in terms of management.
But deep down, many of us still ask a quiet question.
Is that as good as it can be? Managing means you are surviving, but what would it look like to thrive? Today, over 1.1 billion people worldwide live with hypertension, over 500 million with type 2 diabetes. The majority of them are on long-term medication. The majority of them will be on that medication for the rest of their lives. This is not a failure of the practitioners. This is a failure of the framework, because the system treating them was largely built around one question: how do we keep this condition from getting worse? It was designed for managing what is visible and measurable and for acute care. Indeed, modern medicine is extraordinary in saving lives in a crisis. It was never designed to ask, how do we make it go away? How do we restore what was lost? How do we return this person to the version of health they were built for? Those are the questions that have always deserved answers, and they are the questions Joe's Energy House was built to answer. Joe's Energy House was not built to compete with conventional medicine. It was built to complete it. To occupy the space that prescriptions cannot reach, the space where the root lives, where the imbalance began long before the diagnosis arrived, where the real conversation between body and health has been quietly waiting to happen. We are a premier tertiary integrative health and wellness center, and we exist at the intersection of orthodox medicine, advanced therapeutic technology, clinical nutrition, naturopathy, and lifestyle science, not as alternatives to each other, as a unified coordinated force deployed in service of one outcome: a body restored to its own intelligence. Behind every protocol at Joe's Energy House is a mind that has spent years asking a question most practitioners never get to ask. Not what do we give to this patient, but why is this happening and what does the body actually need? Our medical director brings over 3 decades of clinical wisdom, not simply to prescribe, but to protect, to ensure that every intervention is safe, measured, and medically sound. Our naturopath, architect of the Healthy Temple transformed method, approaches the body as an ecosystem, one that, when properly understood, reveals its own blueprint for restoration. Our clinical dietitian and food technologists understand that food is not just fuel, it is biological information, and the right nutritional information delivered with precision can rewrite a metabolic story entirely. Our lifestyle and fitness coach understands that the body does not heal only in a clinic, it heals in motion, in habits, in the quiet discipline of a daily life rebuilt with intention. These are not colleagues who answer off a file and move on. They are a council convened around every single client until the work is done. Before we intervene, we listen, not just to do what the client tells us, but to do what their body is already broadcasting. Through bioresonance diagnostics, heart rate variability in analysis, and our non-linear system analyzer, we map the body's energetic imbalances, stress patterns, and systemic dysfunctions that have often been present long before a diagnosis was made. Because the body does not lie, it simply needs someone fluent enough to understand what it is saying. That fluency is what we bring. Once we understand the terrain, we deploy. Our flagship energy enhancement system is a groundbreaking 5D technology, harnessing biophotonic and scalar waves to interact with the body's own energy field at the cellular level, re-engineering, regenerating, detoxifying, and reawakening. Pulsed electromagnetic field therapy and BERMA, restoring microcirculation and cellular communication in tissues that have gone quiet. Hydrogen therapy, one of nature's most potent antioxidants, neutralizing the oxidative stress that silently accelerates chronic disease. The far-infrared sauna, drawing toxins from deep tissue and resetting the immune conversation from within. Clinically tested herbal formulations, not folklore, but phytochemical precision, plant studied, validated, and administered with a
same rigor as any pharmaceutical protocol. And woven through all of it, medical nutrition therapy, structured movement, and lifestyle coaching that does not end when the session does. 12 modalities, one philosophy. Find the cause, address the cause, restore the system. The science behind these modalities is not new. Peer-reviewed research has documented the effect of frequency therapy on peripheral neuropathy, the antioxidant properties of molecular hydrogen on oxidative stress, and the role of PEMF in circular regeneration and inflammation reduction. These are not fringe findings. They are published, documented, reproducible. But science, as is most powerful, is not just found in journals. It is found in people. Otumba Shola Akande is 56 years old. 2 years ago, he developed severe neuropathy. He was literally numb across his entire body, unable to work, unable to stand, dependent on medication and conventional treatment that offered management, but no resolution. He used just two of our modalities, frequency therapy and nitrogen water. Today, he is off all medication. His blood sugar is at its lowest in years. His blood pressure has stabilized at levels he had not seen in over 2 decades. 2 modalities out of 12. We are not surprised because when you address the root cause with the right tools, the body does precisely what it was always designed to do. Joe's Energy House serves the full spectrum of health, whether you are reversing a chronic diagnosis, reclaiming energy that has quietly slipped away, or simply ready to move from good health to peak performance. We hold space for all of it, from chronic illness to lifestyle optimization, from restoration to peak performance, from the patients who have been told there is no cure to the high achiever who simply refuses to operate below their best. We are here for every version of that journey. There is a version of your health that has not been fully explored yet, a version where the body is not the enemy, where illness is not a life sentence, where wellness is not a privilege, but a standard available to anyone willing to ask different questions. Not how do I manage this, but what does my body actually need to heal? The question has an answer, and it lives here. Joe's Energy House is currently accepting new clients for our signature 90-day restoration program, as well as wellness optimization assessment for individuals who are ready to move beyond good and into exceptional. If you are a healthcare professional, a wellness investor, or an organization looking to bring integrative health solutions to your people, we would welcome that conversation. And if you're simply someone sitting in this room today carrying a diagnosis, a question, or a quiet sense that there is more available to your health than you have been offered, this is your invitation. We now welcome your questions. Our team is here and we are ready to go deeper on anything you have just seen. Joe's Energy House, vibrant health, real results. Book your private wellness assessment today.
Thank you very much for listening. Sorry for the distortion in the beginning, but I just want to tell us about, briefly before I give the mic over, that what we do there is a combination, integrative medicine, basically using energy technology. Okay, you see our flagship technology there is called Energy Enhancement System. It's the first that came into the country. You must have seen that the lights coming out from monitors, that's the Energy Enhancement System. And ours is a 24 unit, has 24 monitors. And they are emitting scalar waves and biophotonic frequencies that are coming at the frequency your body operates in optimally. So as you sit and relax in the room, it's a non-invasive technology, by the way. As you sit and relax in the room, it's recalibrating the frequency of your cells back to normal. And that's how people get healed, just relaxing comfortably or even sleeping over at night in that room. So it's a wonderful technology, and we thank God for it. It's here in Lagos, and we advise you to come to our booth and come to and listen to what it does and see how you can get involved with it. There are other technologies we have. We have the P90. You could see the man there with the P90. It's a pulse electromagnetic field machine that also brings about vasodilatation, and improvement of nutrients to the body and oxygen, thereby bringing cellular repair. A lot of them. We have the iTera Care, which is also the professional type that activates stem cells. Stem cells are mother cells that actually differentiate to cells that are damaged in the body. So it activates the stem cells and it produces the cells that go to regenerate organs in different parts of the body. Just to mention a few of what we have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Grace. Please put your hands together for Dr. Grace once more. So before I bring on our next speaker, I need you to turn to your neighbor and ask them, are you living a healthy life? Turn to your neighbor. Did they answer you? Ask your neighbor one more time. Are you living a healthy life? What did they say? They said no. This is the reason why you need to visit all of our partners at the back, the booths. So after all of this is done, after the event is done, please make sure to take time to go to the back, visit all of our partners. I'm sure they, in one way, can help you. We have Asalux, Miller Health, Plateaus, Proveg, CTI Farm, Seaway, Total Healthcare, Fem Avenue, Hygia, Pure Life, Plate Mind, Pan. We have R Health or AR Health. We have FCC. We have Dr. Physic. We have Blissful Bundles, Tesla Foods. We have the HCA Consults. We have Eco Fitness. We have PPC Healthcare. We have Medical Mirror. We have the T Lab, Tooth Mine, Nutrify, Albenoir, Birthing, Green Essence, Dem Africans, Fibroid Care Center, La Savannah, Fabila, Nordica, Joe's Energy House, PBN, which is Balanced Professionals Network. Please do well to visit all of our partners at the stand. Moving on, we will now dive into the next session, which is going to be taken by Dr. Olufumilola Mojoyin Oluwa, and she's going to be speaking on optimizing women's health, the lifestyle medicine way. Please put your hands together for Dr. Olufumilola as she makes her way to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And for the sake of time, I'll just quickly dive into the main thing. But by way of introduction, I'm Dr. Lola Mojoyola. I'm a gynecologist and a board-certified lifestyle medicine physician. So today, I'll be talking to us about women's health and wellness. Slide, please. Okay, while they are trying to get that up, we've talked about screening, we've talked about wellness, we've talked about having to check ourselves. And I know that we say that women really are the backbone of anything, of a family, of a nation. Everyone here, even though I'll be talking more about women, you have a sister, a mother, a friend that is a woman, or a girl, or a lady. So everything about women concerns a man. So as a man, please listen and also learn something that you can always share with a woman. Are we up? Yeah, sorry for the delay. It's a lot of pictures and I wouldn't want to start without the slides. Yes, but majorly I'll be talking to you about lifestyle medicine and women wellness. So we'll talk a lot about wellness, and the wellness we talk about is actually part of lifestyle medicine. And we say lifestyle medicine is relatively new around here, but is an international aspect of medicine. It's a part of medicine that actually helps us to, it helps us to prevent. We've talked a lot about chronic conditions. It can prevent, it can maintain, it can even reverse some chronic diseases. And it's majorly based on research. So it's not from word of mouth. It is science-based research. And so everything we talk about lifestyle, we do use what we call the DREAMS as an acronym. So when we talk of dreams, we talk of D for diet. I'm sure a lot of us have been talking about diet. We talk about rest, that is restful sleep. We don't just talk about sleep, but sleep that is restful. And then we talk about exercise, that's DRE. A is avoidance of toxic substances. And I can tell you, every day and every step of our life, we're exposed to toxins. So we talk about DRE, A for avoiding toxic substances. And then we talk about M, mental health. That is a reigning thing now. So we talk about our mental health. And the S is actually a social connectedness. As we are here, we are actually connecting. Unlike using the phones that we are using for social connection, physical social connectedness. So the acronym for maintaining a good, healthy lifestyle is DREAMS. Diet, restful sleep, avoiding toxic substances, exercise, having to do and maintain a good mental health and social connection. Are we set? The slides. All right. I guess we're having issues with the slides. I'm sorry. Okay. I believe we've moved earlier because physical activity is part of dreams. Exercise is movement because the new smoking is sitting, is a sedentary lifestyle. So there's need to move. If you know you've sat down here for more than an hour, you need to get up. You need to move your legs. So movement is part of what we're talking about. We talk about diet. There are nutritionists around here. And even out there, you see quite a number of, what do we talk about food? We talk about plant-based food, whole food, plant-based diet. Those are foods that are majorly from plant and very little and minimal from animal sources. Those are the things that you get all the minerals, all the vitamins. And people used to wonder that, is it possible to actually have a balanced diet, not imputing some animal-based food? And yes, you can have almost everything from plant. The only vitamin that has been proven not to be available in plant is B12, and that is what we get from animals. But you could always have other sources that could help to boost this nutrition. Yes, ma'am. Oh, interesting. The slides can't come up, but unfortunately, the slide is the backbone of the presentation because it speaks the word. It's not just in talking. I'm not here to just talk. I wanted people to get the backbone of the presentation, but no problem. So I'm actually talking about the modern woman and what she faces every day. So we talk about stress, we talk about how we go out early in the morning and how we come back. And when we come back, we are faced with so many duties. As a woman, especially, you are loaded with taking care of yourself and taking care of your immediate family, taking care even of your friends and loved ones. And so we come down with a lot of burdens. And so I've spoken about lifestyle. As a woman, for you to have a healthy, balanced way of life, you need to be exploring and actually practicing lifestyle medicine. And so with lifestyle medicine, like the dreams that I've discussed about, just want to pick a few of them. I've spoken about diet. We have to be very intentional about diet. Our diet is whole food, plant-based. So you want to eat as close to natural as possible. You want to reduce, someone mentioned earlier in the panel, you want to reduce processed food, not to mention ultra processed food. So let your kitchen be the processor. Let what you cook, the way you cook it, and how you prepare your food be the process, not what is made actually in the factory. So we talk about food, and we talk about the quantity, we talk about quality, we talk about method of preparation, and the content of our food. Going quickly to the restful sleep. Sleep is key. Yes, in this city of Lagos that we're all in. You could be living on the island, working on the mainland, living on the mainland, working on the island. And then we get to sleep very short time. Average sleep time, nothing less than 7 hours. And some will say, how do I achieve that? It's achievable if it is well planned. So you could have your 7 hours. If you can't do 7 hours, don't let it be less than 6 good hours. Not 6 hours or 7 hours in addition to your nap in the afternoon. No, straight 6, 7 hours in the night. I can tell you for free that for those that want to detox, for those that want to lose weight, for those that want to maintain health, sleep is a detoxifier. Sleep is when the body actually goes to tighten those loose bolts. It's during the sleep time that you get restored all what you were not able to do, even physically. So sleep is key. And there are rules to sleep. A lot of us just close our eyes, but we don't sleep. When we talk of sleep, that's why I qualify the sleep as restful. So we're talking about the sleep that when you wake up, you feel restored. Not the sleep that when you wake up, you feel even more tired than when you went to bed. So there are rules to sleep. We call them sleep hygiene. Just to mention a few, we talk about lightning. You should be sleeping in the dark. You should sleep in a quiet environment. You should sleep on a good bed. You should sleep in an environment that doesn't have white or blue light. We talk about night light. We talk about firelight, the orange and the red, amongst other things. The position you sleep, the things that are around you. What exactly is your room made of? And those are some regulations that bind our sleep. So moving on from the restful sleep, we say DR. E is exercise. Yes, we've moved our body a bit here. But when we talk about exercise, we're talking about you not just being a gym pro. No, movement is the key thing. Thank you, finally out, but I won't follow it again. You could just slide it on as you will. So we talk about the attending, making physical activity to be a part of you, meaning that for every 1 hour, like we've sat down, you should get up for like 5 minutes. Movement is key. And for the women here, you can't afford just to be moving without building muscle, having to add some form of strength training, especially for older age. As you look towards menopause, you need to impute some muscle building in your activity. So there's need for exercise as much as you can. And we just advocate for starters, 30 minutes 3 times a week, or you go above that and start building up on it. So don't be a once a week, 10 hours. No, a little at a time. It's better to move for 5 minutes a day than not to move at all. So movement is very key. And then I go to from the exercise to avoiding toxic substances. We are faced with so many things that we don't even realize are toxins. Unfortunately, a lot of us, black men, we don't read. We don't read books, we don't read labels. We just pick some things from the shelf. And the manufacturers, they don't prevent us from knowing content, but we don't even read labels. We don't know what and what is what in what we are actually consuming. And we know that saying, you are what you eat, you are what you put in your mouth, you are what you put on your body, because the skin is the largest organ. So whatever is going through your mouth, in fact, all the senses, through your eyes, through your nose, everything, you need to guard your body, because they eventually going to be, for women, hormone disruptors. And when we talk about hormone disruptors, you wonder why a lot of women are coming down with infertility, the so-called PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. You see all sorts of cases. As a gynae, I see them. And I say that just a touch of lifestyle could actually go a long way in managing this condition. So exposure to toxins in everything we do, what we put on our body, what we put in our mouth, our environment, a lot of things that we come in contact to actually have these toxins that we may not be aware of. So the more we know about them, the lesser we get in touch with them, so that they would not actually disrupt our hormones, whether as a young lady that is still growing up and the menses can be disrupted, or a married woman trying to get pregnant can cause infertility, or even for a woman that's completed her family and then she's tending towards menopause, it can also disrupt that process. So please, let's be cautious, let's be aware of so many hormone disruptors that are around us. So from toxins, we go to our mental health. We need to protect our mental health. And so many things are coming about. Stress is a real factor when we talk about, like a woman that I said. Imagine a woman that is a mother, a wife, a sister, the head of our organization. She runs a business. She does so many things. At times, we are just stressed out. We are fagged out, and we still have to continue. So we need to have what I call me time. You need to distress. You need to have time that you calm down and you come to yourself. You have to be intentional about it. You have to practice things like deep breathing. You have to engage in things like meditation. You have to have a separate time. Do you actually appreciate God for the day? Do you, at the end of the day, just take note that the same road I went through and came back and I'm all active, something could have gone wrong? Do you appreciate little things, not to talk of, oh, it's all full of complaints? So we need to always come to ourselves. As women, we need to, not just women, sorry that I'm just emphasizing on women, but as men and women here, we need to actually come to ourselves. If you can practice that just 5 minutes a day, maybe before your bedtime, just go through, just sit down, go through the day mentally, and even at that, journal what you plan for the next day. It will go a long way in making you to be a well-planned person, and at the same time, not go under stress. So social connectedness is just like what we're doing here. A lot of people are introverts, and thank God for the telephones. We are all on our handsets. You see a family at a dining table or in the living room, and everybody is like that. Nobody is looking up or to the side. They are all heads down, either on the system, on the phone, on iPad, and all that, because we've turned our social connection to the technical one. But we need to actually, bond together. Your family is your best asset. And so we need to bond with our families, and even beyond that, with our friends and neighbors. Some people live in areas where they don't even know who their next door neighbor is. We have areas that we call the blue zones of the world. And these blue zones, those are areas where you have people living into their hundreds in good health. And one common thing that was found amongst them is the social connection. The more you socialize, the more you go out of your box, so to say, the more you engage and you improve your longevity. So as much as possible, we need to practice this DREAMS to be able to optimize our health as women and then prevent this disruption. There is need for a me time. Can we go to the last slide? Can you just skip to the last slide? Yeah. I've mentioned all this. Key takeaway. So to be very, very intentional about all what we've said, you need to eat well. Food is priority. Well, you are what you eat, and you have to be careful about what goes in. You need to move. Your movement does much more. Exercise is not for weight loss. Exercise is not to slim down. No, exercise does so much. You want to have clear brain. You want to have a lot of things going for you. Exercise. Sleep well. Restorative sleep. Manage stress. Socialize and stay consistent. You need to be strong, you need to be balanced, you need to be energized, because your small habits could give you a lasting result. Thank you.
You can do better than that. Please put your hands together for Dr. Olufumilola. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the final panel session for today. But before that, I know that some of you are just sitting beside your next breakthrough, but you don't know. So I need us to do a little bit of networking session where we need to meet the person sitting beside us. If I ask you, my lady in pink, have you met the man at your back? I'm sorry? All right, so I need us to talk to people sitting beside us, ask them their name, what they do, and connect with each other on LinkedIn. I know that many professionals like us use LinkedIn very much. Okay. I'm going to be asking you questions. So, Dr. Grace, do you want to meet me? I can't remember her name. That's the thing. I need to find her. Please make sure you're talking to somebody. I see. It's not you just say, what's your name? In our rest. Have a conversation, right? Have a conversation. I'm going to ask you questions. My sister on glasses, tell me, who have you met today?
I just met someone.
What's the person's name?
His name is Mr. Gabriel. He's a sales.
You think?
His name is Mr. Gabriel. He's a sales rep.
Amazing. Thank you so much. What's your name?
Victoria.
Oh, my name is Victoria as well. Lovely to meet you, Victoria. I do hope that we're meeting someone. And I have a special pack for those who do justice to their networking session. I'm not going to ask this table because people know yourself here. People know yourself. No need. Okay, Mr. that is turning coffee. Have you met somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you meet? The person you met has left you. He's now focusing on another person. Why? Why do people leaving him out? Include him in this gist. Involve him. Involve him, please. What's your name, sir?
Paul.
Paul. What's your name, sir?
My name is Kunle.
I'm sorry?
Kunle.
Kole. Kunle. Use our sense to say it. Why?
Is it fine?
Ifeanyi Kunle. Which one are we going to take? Nice to meet you. What's your name, lady?
Winnie.
Winnie. Nice to meet you, Winnie. I met beautiful people. I wish I could meet everybody. But right about now, we're going to dive into the panel session. I see some people are actually having a great time with this panel session. And I wish I could give you an hour more because I do love networking sessions, sorry. But we need to dive into the next thing on the agenda. Okay. This particular panel session is going to be focusing on wellness tourism. And we have our amazing speakers in the building. The first speaker is Dr. Dozie Agbenafa, who is the African shaman and natural healer. He's an African shaman and natural healer. Can we have Dr. Dozie Agbenafa? Please put your hands together for Dr. Dozie. I love his feet. He's looking so fly today. I love it. Please, don't be stingy with your applause. You've eaten our bread and tea and meat pie. Thank you so much, sir. We now have Dr. Susanna Adams, who is the Managing Director, Dr. Physic, Global Health and Wellness Center. I think we've met Dr. Susan before. She did help us with our dance session or stretch out session. Please put your hands together for Dr. Susanna, actually. Now we have Damilola Adedeji, who is a wellness expert and founder of the Birthing Company. Can we have Damilola Adedeji? Please put your hands together for Damilola Adedeji. We now have Adrienne Rose, who's the CEO Asalux, one of our partners. Please put your hands together for Adrienne as she makes her way to the stage. Please don't be tired of clapping. Don't worry, they will clap for you too. But for now, please put your hands together for Adrienne, looking very gorgeous. We have Eben Awuroha. Please, I do hope I'm not butchering these names, but he's the CEO Last Savannah. Please put your hands together for Eben as he makes his way to the stage. And to moderate this particular panel session, we have Dr. Favor Adiola Ilori. Can we have Dr. Favor Adiola on stage? Please don't stop clapping. Don't stop clapping. Very interestingly, Favor happens to be one of the organizers and she has been stressing me today. Okay, please put your hands together once more for all our speakers on the panel session.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, lovely panelists. We're literally about to have a very nice time, and I'm trying to see a way we can move so that people actually enjoy this panel. So our panel discussion today is going to be on wellness tourism, and we're going to be looking at expanding the horizons of health and lifestyle. And this panel was specifically curated for people that are expanding their reach outside of Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria, into other aspects, right? We have Dr. Dotsi from Ghana, and then we're looking, so basically, let's try to pay attention to this panel. I promise us a very lovely time. Okay, so we're going to start with a general question from everyone. I'm going to ask everyone this question. And the first question is, when we say wellness tourism, what does it really mean in our environment, and why should people start paying attention to it? I'm going to start with Dr. Dotsi. Why, when we say wellness tourism, what does it mean to you? And then why should people start paying attention to wellness tourism?
Hi, people. My name is Dr. Dochi from Ghana, Africa. Thanks for having me here. I do appreciate it. When it comes to wellness and tourism, especially in Africa, we really have to take good care of it. As a shaman like me, I believe in people that come from outside the country and also learn about African culture and beliefs, because we're getting lost a lot. In the tourism as well, we need to be recognized very well here in Africa, especially. I've been international and I can see that a lot of things that we have as an African, we are not using it. So we need people to know about it. And we need the government to be aware of what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to ask Dr. Susanna to please answer the question, but I want you to streamline it a little to, we're used to people going from Nigeria to other countries, right? That basically explains what wellness tourism is. But then recently, for maybe last 2 years, we've seen influx of people coming in, especially during December period as well. How can we use that period to promote wellness tourism in your own way, right? Dirty December, how can we make Dirty December a little bit about wellness tourism?
Okay, good afternoon all. My name is Dr. Susanna, and I'm from Dr. Physique Health and Wellness Center, and we practice medically guided wellness. Well, it's been observed, if you're watching the statistics, that over $1 billion has been spent within the space of medical tourism, usually going outside. Yeah. But recently, there's been a drastic drop in that dollar value. For example, if you go to maybe the Indian embassy, there's line for people going for medical tourism, and there's line for people going for all that. Like you say, if you want to say you're sick, they give you a separate line altogether. Yeah. So yes, so that has been, so it has drastically reduced. And my research, I'm a very researched person. I have a master's in preventive and promotional medicine and a master's in health management as well. I found out that that drastic drop is not because the nation's capacity to take over medical health and everything has drastically increased. Also, you need to know this fact that although there's a global trend, let's say in the space of growth of wellness and wellness tourism, but in Africa, especially Nigeria, that growth has only been around 3.8% growth.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. So there's this, wellness industry is growing. So I was doubting the data. Why are we seeing only 3.8% growth within the Africa when almost everybody, even in Dr. Physique clinic, they book space to return? So to get to your question directly, what I just think we should do, I'm sorry, let me go there, is just to build more credibility in our space. No matter how small, whatever you're doing, make it credible. Bring integrity inside of it. Bring your data out. In fact, over-report everything. You understand? Because when we registered Dr. Physique, sorry to go there because everybody can learn. When we registered Dr. Physique, they refused to register us as integrative medicine center because we said this will be medical doctors, pharmacists, health coaches, fitness instructors, everybody practicing together. They didn't register us for years. But finally, we made a speech that we will medically guide and track the data. So they registered us to start tracking data. So we have a lot of data. So I want to ask the House, I know that it's not what I was asked. I said, if I ever got this mic, we are doing such an awesome job. That growth is not 3.8%. I think it's more. But we need to talk and we need to be more credible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we go to the next speaker, I just want to invite to the panel, we have Adesua Agboson. She's joining us from Eco Fitness as their head of sales. she's joining this panel. Please let's give her a round of applause as she comes on stage. The louder you clap, the faster she comes. Hi, Adeswa. We're happy to have you here. Okay, so I'm going on to Mrs. Damilola Adediji from the Betting Co. I'm just going to take a piggyback from her question. With regards to wellness tourism, what do you think? Where do you think we are as a country, and where are we headed?
Thank you for that question. I think when we are talking about wellness tourism, we are talking about the ability to move from one place to the other, traveling, staying, or traveling out of the country, but then experiencing such a travel from a wellness perspective. And if you look at where we are in Nigeria, we literally have everything to give that experience. We have nature, we have landscape, we have space, and then we have exciting people. Where are we currently now with exploring all of these rich wellness resources? I just would say we just started, honestly.
We're just scratching
There's
the
so
surface.
much to reach and to explore beyond where we are right now. And I'm hopeful that today is one of those conversations that would stimulate some of our investors to go wide and far to start to bring out this wellness resources that we have for tourism as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please let's give them a round of applause. They are doing well. So I'm going on to Adrian. What do you think of wellness tourism? And I'm going to be just a little more specific to you in terms of fitness and physical health. Where do you think wellness tourism is currently in Nigeria?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. My name is Adrienne Rose. I am from the United States. And when I think about wellness tourism, from the perspective of an American, that has worked tirelessly for decades on one project or another, just running, going, wellness became a necessity. Unfortunately, being in an environment where everyone is moving at the speed of light, we kind of forgot what that was and how it felt and what it looked like. So this opportunity to be here in Nigeria, and like the doctor just mentioned, all of the resources, not just the natural resource, the resources that we know of, but just the open spaces that are here. So much that is untapped right now that people can just come and really get into that relaxation mode and really forget about what worries them. Coming from the West, we have worries when we get up in the morning. Within 5 minutes of starting our day, we are reminded of something we didn't do, something we are not, or something we don't have every single day of our lives. And so just to be here in this space is wellness from my perspective.
Okay.
And so I see this growing and growing.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to Adeswa, and I'm still going to ask you the same question, right? In terms of wellness tourism, just a little bit streamlined to like physical health and fitness, where do you think we are as a country?
So for fitness, I think we haven't touched the green area yet.
Okay.
So we do have fitness brands and all of that, but they're basically just putting themselves as gym providers, not lifestyle experience providers. Now, if we can move away from just being gym providers and putting in the experience and lifestyle, then of course I know that we have touched the wellness tourism.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm coming to the CEO of La Savannah, and I'm going to ask you a specific question, right? So how would you say that in terms of sensual tourism relating to wellness, right? I know you deal with scents, candles, all of that. How would you say that we are right now as a country? Where are we headed to? And like in the space of how many years do you see us blasting worldwide, global scales?
Okay, so the fact that we are here gathered talking about wellness, that's a huge that's a huge feat for Nigeria that
Okay.
we are having the conversations that need to be had. In terms of wellness tourism, we would have to look at it from the point of storytelling. So there's been an evolution in particularly in the scent industry and the fragrance industry. There's been an evolution. There's a lot of people are leaning more towards home fragrances, personal scents, etc., scent rituals, and the burners and all of that. So I feel like we've made great progress, but I'd like us to look inward into the storytelling aspect, because what I feel like we need to do is to tell more intentional stories about wellness in Africa. And it has to come with a sense of clarity as to what exactly we are offering. We need to be clear, are we offering mindfulness? Are we offering clarity and calm? What is it that we're offering? And how do we communicate it? Some countries around the world, particularly countries in Africa, okay, outside Africa, we'll talk about Dubai. There is a clear story as to this is what you get when you go to Dubai. And then when you even come to countries in East Africa, like Rwanda, Kenya, there's Visit Rwanda. There's clear storytelling as to what you need to get, like what you get when you go there and all the experiences. So there's a lot of practitioners, but all of their experiences has been tied into one story that a foreigner can look inwards into Africa and say, okay, this is what I get when I go to Nigeria, this is what I get when I go to Africa. That's what I think is missing. So I think we need to come together and have an integrated story as to what wellness tourism means in Africa and Nigeria. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So if we are listening, we have been advised to tell better stories as a country. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Dr. Susanna, and I'm going to ask a question. So people now travel for things like checkups, treatments, and wellness program. How can healthcare be a part of wellness tourism experience? I know you spoke about medical tourism when you were speaking earlier, but then in what way do you think we can actually integrate healthcare into wellness tourism?
So, as the previous panelists mentioned earlier, we are very much in the space of and where NCDs are taking over. NCD means what? Non-communicable disease. We are talking about hypertension, diabetes, obesity. As a matter of fact, WHO has that global death right now, global death stands at 74% of everybody who is dying today is dying within the space of NCD. Are you kidding? Now, the second part of that is that NCDs are largely preventable. So now, gone are the days when you go for wellness tourism and it's about looking good, maybe a spa, hammam, etc. Now we are moving into look good and feel good inside. Yeah. So to address your question directly, as we are moving into this wellness space and wellness tourism, I feel like the wellness space actually is actually positioned to largely take care of that preventive aspect of what is killing us right now. In Nigeria, the data stands at 29%. One of the doctors also mentioned it. And sudden death at 17%. Now, check this out. I entered the wellness space from a very painful place. I was losing my mom and dad. They had all the medications, everything. But until they incorporated this lifestyle modification thing and the spa, the little teas, the herbs, the massage, the fitness, everything that you're all contributing in this room, they will not be here. And to God be the glory. They are almost celebrating their 90s. They go to church. They are doing babysitting because of us. Please, you can give yourself a round of applause.
Let's give ourselves a big clap.
So, to just wrap up that question, we are pretty much the owner of preventive medicine. I will leave you with this. 2 months ago, I live in an apartment in GRA. I stay mostly in Abuja. A girl, she's in her 30s. She went to the market. While in the market, she said, please give me water, give me water. And she just went like this. Guess what? She died. So they came to the apartment to get the boyfriend to come identify, call family members. They've buried that one. I kid you not. My dad says, don't swear. Yesterday, the boyfriend saw my driver. It's in my neighborhood. And say, oh, guy, I'm not feeling too well. I just took malaria drug. It's like, okay, don't worry. Just try and rest. Guess what? The very next day, he's dead. To God in heaven who made me. Within 2 months, it's not quite 3 months, 2 died within 30s. What is the message I'm passing? Start checking. Drink water as medicine. Sleep as medicine. Anything you're doing, do it medicinally, and then put out the data, and I think we will be able to clean up our space.
Please, let's give her a big round of applause. So I'm going to flow from that question to Adrian, and then we're looking at massages, spa sessions as a type of wellness tourism. How do we promote this, that people do not just see it for relaxation, but then they have they create a deeper wellness sense to it?
Okay. Well, funny you asked that question. Just yesterday, I downloaded a TikTok video, and it showed the body without a monthly massage, and it showed the body with a monthly massage. And the body without it, the lymph nodes were so inflamed, so swollen, so clogged that if you would see the body, you would be horrified. But just to understand what is in that lymph fluid, doctors, what is in that lymph fluid? We have toxins, we have all types of heavy metals, we have all types of chemicals that we derive from our food, from all types of things that we live with daily. So, massage is not something that is a lifestyle fad. It is something that is absolutely necessary. It is necessary for the betterment of your health. It is necessary to get those lymphatic drainage systems moving. There is a disease right now that is so prevalent in the United States. They're calling it lymphedema, right? Where your fat cells are basically stuck behind your fascia. And they're saying like 17% of all women in the United States have it. And simply, if we got lymphatic massages on a monthly basis, not to mention a weekly basis, some of those things would begin to dissipate. Massage is definitely a necessity now. It is no longer a fad.
I hope, please say after me, massage is a necessity. You are shy. Massage is a necessity. And I will get weekly massages. Don't think of the price, just say it. All right, I'm going to Dr. Dotsi now. And we've been talking about the physical sense of things. How would you say that people are becoming more interested in natural and traditional healing in a sense? How does promoting this, the African healing process, how does this become a part of the wellness travel experience? So we've spoken physical, but going a little more traditional.
Thank you. So to me, being in the industry for over 25 years and also having in collaboration with the government, it's been a long journey for me. So I normally advise people to get involved. If it comes to all the traditional healers, they have to get registered with the government. And the registering with the government have to be like authentic so that the world too have to know the local, that they are providing what they have. Because most of the time it's not recognized with us in Africa. So believing in what I'm doing, I'm willing that this thing can be solved, because recognition is the most important thing in our healing space. So that's what I have to say for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Mrs. Damlola, I'm coming to you now. You smiled like you knew I was coming to you. Okay. So, still in the sense of taking things a little physical, taking things just a little from the physical, Betting Co focuses on creating more intentional and personalized health experiences for people. In the context of wellness tourism, how can we create health journeys beyond traditional hospital visits that can reshape how people focus on wellness in Nigeria?
I love that question. That's why I smiled.
Okay.
Okay, so I think for Africa, when we hear medical care, healthcare, what comes to mind is curative. We're going for something is wrong. And that question is important because many of my colleagues and speakers today have said we don't have to wait for something to be wrong. We can actually prevent what we need to prevent so we don't get into that curative space all the time.
Yeah.
Now, for the Brighton Co, is actually a mental health practice, and we deal with the complexities of humanity using emotional and mental therapies and techniques. Now, one of the ways that we have worked around that is number one, and I think it was my colleague here who was saying, sorry, what's your name? Dr. Susan. She was talking about integrated health care. I pray and I hope that one day Africa would have integrated healthcare. What that means is that we don't see a human being as just one side. We see a human being as all: the body, the mind, and the spirit, and the soul. Right now in Africa, most of our health system is just the body. And so you can go into the hospital and you may not necessarily meet a psychiatrist there or a psychologist or a therapist. They'll tell you to go elsewhere. So my desire is also to see that we have a well-integrated health system here. Now, the other part I was trying to pull out from the Brighton Code is that in our own desire to encourage that, we don't go into therapy, or our clients don't go into session without some sort of holistic accountability. So every client we have, we always ask them 3 questions before any session starts. How did you move your body today? What have you been eating in the last few weeks? And the last, have you been sleeping? Have you been resting? Because we realize that every part of our body, mind, and soul are all interlinked. So if you're coming for just the mind and you're not taking care of the body, literally, I'm not giving you a holistic experience. You're still going to have to deal with 1 or 2 things around there. So number one, we bring accountability into sessions, and I want to encourage practitioners to do that. The second thing we do is we have what we call the BSM Wellness Program, and over the years, we've curated wellness experiences for corporates, for leaders, and for individuals. So what we do is we take you from your familiar environment to an environment where your mind becomes open to receiving anything. So familiar environment for us is any environment that your stress is there, your responsibility is there, and your people, because your people can affect your health. So we completely take you out of that space to another space. Most times it's nature. And we put you there for a week, 3 weeks, and we do different wellness techniques, teach, educate, and give them the experience. Honestly, 95% always come back something else. Some of them become practitioners on their own because they said, I just feel new. Right? And the last thing we do is we have an academy where we also teach, because for us to sustain the healthcare, our well-being generally is that there must be sustenance, and sustenance comes from what we are doing here, some sort of education. So we have a holistic life academy where we teach people how to take care of their body, their mind, their souls, and also their relationship and their money, because money is a big part of stress. And just 2 weeks ago, they just released a statistics now that mental health is now the #1 global health concern in the world after cancer. So many of us are sitting here, and if you ask, how is your mental health? Say, I'm good. But if I do a psychoanalysis, we would be shocked to realize the state at which we are in our mental capacity. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. They have come to tell me that I should do very fast. So I'm going to ask you, then our final question will go to you. You mentioned storytelling earlier. In what way exactly is Savannah promoting wellness tourism through storytelling?
Okay, so we started off as a home fragrance company, basically focusing on fragrance. And over the years, we've evolved into a sensory design company and an emotional atmosphere design company. So we would work with wellness curators, and entrepreneurs to help them design the best wellness experiences for their spaces and for their clientele. Yes, so some of the considerations that we would usually would usually check is the lighting, sound, and textures for most of these spaces, because wellness has to do with restoration as the key word, restoration of your body, your mind, and soul. So basically, in telling our stories, we are looking to find how are our fragrances or how are our programs helping to support the body, how is it helping to calm the mind, and how is it helping to help people reconnect their spirit to their source. Because we must also understand that wellness is also it's personal. What wellness means for one person, it's not the same for the other person. Some people like the stillness, right? When it comes to stillness, people just want to meditate or do yoga, and that's what gives them restoration. But for other people, they want a more adventurous wellness experience where they probably need to interact with nature, and they need to probably go camping for a more, for a more wholesome experience. So, as a practitioner, you should be able to understand how are we helping people have the holistic, like she said, have a holistic experience. And as an end consumer, you need to understand what wellness means to you. And that way you can now sort of decide what activities would help you find restoration and connect your spirit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to our last question. I just want to take a small poll. If you struggle with gym consistency here, raise your hand. Don't be shy. I love you for that. So we're directing this question at Echo Fitness. You've seen our crowd. Many people need to know. Many people exercise, right? But they struggle with consistency. How can gym and fitness platforms like yourself make exercises more accessible, more engaging, and sustainable for the average person?
Thank you. Now, people need to know that fitness is not just the four circles or the four corners of a gym. You can work out at home. But Eco Fitness had made it possible for corporate workers. Now, we all know corporate workers live sedentary lifestyle. They're either sitting down or trying to get something done. It's hard for them to work out their time schedule. So we made a corporate package plan for corporate workers that if you can't come to the gym, we can bring the gym to you. Now you can have a 1 or 2 days on-site workout for 40 minutes, 1 hour. That's enough time for you to keep fit. You don't have to consistently lift weight before you are fit. Now if you have that too, thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. If you did learn 1 or 2 from them. So I am to take one question. Does anybody have a question? If we do not, then we move on. Any question?
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Emanuela, I'm a wellness creator. My question is directed towards Mrs. Susan. We give a realistic scenario for the average Nigerian, or let me even use the average Lagosian that goes to work by. The average Lagosian goes to work by 5 a.m., not 7 or 8. How can the average Lagosian properly incorporate wellness as a preventive medicine? Yes. Very, very realistically. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Very, very realistically, right? I think the easiest is live by a formula. And the formula that I live by and teach others It's derived from lifestyle medicine. It's called Reown. Say Reown. Reown. So just consciously rest as medicine. Did I rest today? It's just a mental conscious thing, especially if you know where you're going to and you know you're made for more and you want to lead, and leave a legacy, right? Rest as medicine. R, right? E, that energy medicine they're talking about. You assess your mental state. If it is not complete, you can't feel that energy, it's gone. So mental health is a big deal, right? Now, O, reowned. O, I say oxygen as medicine. Whether it's a VO2 max running, you need to breathe and activate yourself. How? While you're at work. It's a conscious thing. Kai, sit down and do deep breathing exercise or go and run up the stairs or whatever. But just write Reown somewhere. You see what will happen to you in just a week. W, water as medicine. The average Lagosian, they don't drink because of traffic. So how do you do it? You wake up in the morning, you start with water therapy. Wake up early. In fact, if I mistakenly wake up at night, I quickly drink water, so I'll finish urinating before I'll go to work. But if I'm at work, sorry, you can call me the urinating director. I don't care. I don't want to have kidney stones and stuff. Water as medicine, right? Exercise as medicine. And lastly, avoidance of toxin detox. Fine, you drink a little alcohol here and there. Maybe make it on a weekend or a weekday. So to summarize, live by the formula Reowned mentally. Like be very deliberate. When you go to bed, how was my day before? Did I reown my health? And then if you didn't, then you now deliberately. So I think it's in the deliberateness, consistency, and persistency, and you will live long. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Susanna. Thank you to all our wonderful speakers. You all have been amazing. So right about now, we'll stand and then take a group picture. But I'll need Dr. Susanna to also lead us in a little breathing exercise like you've mentioned during the panel session.
So let's do it right away.
Yeah. Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
Lovely.
Okay. So sit with your feet pretty much flat. And I prefer that you close your eyes. For those of you that are talking, don't talk. This is the best thing that you can do to cut off a nearby stroke, heart attack, or even reset your mental health. Are we ready? Okay. So you're just going to take a deep breath in through your nose, and then you can exhale through your mouth. Anything works, okay? So, and we are going to do that just 3 or 4 times. Okay. And then when you're taking in that oxygen, just take in something very cleansing. It's a mental thing. Something is cleaning me. This free oxygen that God has given me. And then when you breathe out stress, negativity, and what is not good. Lastly, when you're breathing in, breathe in all the way to your toe, like sip in that oxygen and be grateful for it because you're not in an emergency room. And then take it deep in until it gets to your toe and then breathe out again. So let's do just 4 rounds. Okay. Close your eyes. Relax. Relax. Okay. Take a deep breath in. Hold it inside. Breathe out. Okay. We'll do 3 more. Okay. Take another deep breath in. Hold it inside. Breathe out. Relax. So we are going to do one last one. Okay. Take another deep breath in. Hold it inside. Breathe out. Relax. Keep your eyes closed, relax, and be grateful for this moment that you can breathe and you're still alive. Now you can slowly open your eyes and smile. Okay, that's all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Susanna. Please put your hands together for her and put your hands together for yourselves. You all are amazing. Thank you to all our speakers. So just kindly stand and move here for a group picture. Please, this breathing exercise should not end in this room. Take it to your house and continue doing it. Let's build the consistency. A resounding round of applause for all our speakers as they move back to their seats. Okay, how many of us love to dance? How many of us love to dance? I want to see hands. People don't like dancing. I'm hungry. You're hungry? Don't worry, chickweeds after this. How many of us love to dance? Okay, how many of us love to dance but don't know how to dance? I can see you don't know how to dance. Yes or yes? No. So you do know how to dance? You do know how to dance? Okay. Says she doesn't know how to dance. Okay, right about now, we're moving on to our next presentation. Can we have Mila up on stage to show us how to shake what our mama gave us? Yes. Yes, Mila. Oh, I see that they don't want us to dance, so. Okay, so there's been a mix-up. Mila is not a dancer. Before you come and disgrace his ancestors on stage. Okay, so Mila has a presentation for us. Please, Mila, come up on stage for your presentation. Please put your hands together for Mila as he makes his way to the stage. Do you want to use there or you want to step on stage?
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I was a bit surprised when they told me I was supposed to. I was like, what's going on here? All right, so very quickly, my name is Miller. I am a wellness therapist and the founder of Miller's Wellness. Not that. That is Miller's Health. I was actually surprised to see that, but no, that's not my brand. So Miller's Wellness is a practice that focuses on busy professionals trying to help and massage therapy as well. So today I'll be sharing a perspective that I hope will change how you think about stress, recovery, and performance. So very quickly, I like to say that our body, your body, has two modes, the active mode and the recovery mode. Right now, every one of us sitting down here is on active mode. Active mode is the mode you switch on when you need to get the work done, when you need to be productive, when you need to be alert, you switch on the active mode. I like to see the body as a vehicle, like your car. So let's imagine you're driving to a destination and you're on cruise mode on gear 1. You look at the map and you realize, oh wow, I'm running late. I have to arrive in the next 5 minutes. What do? You change your gear, right? You move from gear 1 to gear 2 and you just keep going higher. And at the end of the day, you arrive at your destination on time. What have you done? You have utilized stress as a tool to achieve a desired result. So stress on its own is actually not a bad thing. Now the trick here is not knowing when to switch it off and back on. So we have the active mode, which is the most productive mode. And unfortunately, as Lagosians, we live in a very fast city. We wake up very early. We spend long hours in traffic. You go to work. You even spend longer hours at work because you need to stay back till traffic cools down before you head out. And then you go back home and realize you don't have enough time to recover. Even the sleep you're supposed to have, you end up having just maybe 3-4 hours of sleep. And you repeat that pattern over and over and over again. That is a very unrealistic way to live life. Because at the end of the day, like every machine that doesn't know how to stop, your body will eventually make you stop. So the thing is, on active mode, when you're continuously on the move, your body would always send signals to you. Communicate with you softly. You can start feeling that slight ache around your lower back, or when you wake up in the morning, you should be well rested, yeah? But no, you wake up and you're still feeling heavy and tired, and you're wondering, what's going on here? Your body is communicated. But no, we like to be high performers, so we still go on, we keep pushing, because we love being in active mode. Active mode can get really addictive, and that's where all the problem begins. So let's switch it off and talk about recovery mode. Now, recovery mode is pretty much the balance of life. Just the way you have night and day, you have the sun and the moon. Recovery mode is when your body eventually recovers. It's when your body is able to give itself the much needed rest. And there's something I call the 3 pillars of recovery. I need you to take note of this, the 3 pillars of recovery. Number 1 is macro recovery. Number 2, micro recovery. And number 3, mental recovery. Like the word macro. Macro recovery simply means the big thing you do for recovery. And this can easily be your sleep. You're supposed to get 7 to 8 hours of sleep. It's large. Now that's macro recovery. Going to the gym, working out, because when you work out, your body releases feel-good hormones. That's big macro recovery. Getting a massage, indulging in wellness practices, a wellness getaway. These are all macro recoveries that you can do to help reset and rewire your brain. Now, it's very important that we understand the importance of sleep, not just taking a nap. I have a sister, she's a baker, she's always working. And I tell her, I'm calling by 2 a.m. or she's calling by, so I was like, don't you sleep? And she's like, no, don't worry, I'll sleep during the day. It's never the same. You can never compare the naps you have during the day with your 8 hours sleep. I know it might be a bit unrealistic for so many of us that are workaholics, but like I said earlier, the body would always send you signals. So at the end of the day, if you don't prioritize rest and sleep, your body will eventually stop functioning optimally. Let's move on to the number 2 pillar, which is micro. So micro reset is pretty much like what we did right now, the breathing exercise. You can do this for 60 seconds. These are quick activities you do to reset your brain, to reset your immune system, to reset your body's function. You're giving yourself that quick reset so you can go about your day. And you can do this multiple times during the day. While you're at work, you can sit down for a long duration of time, and while you're seated, you realize, okay, I've been on the screen for a while. You do some stretches. These are easy ways you can keep your body functioning optimally. And then the 3rd recovery pillar, which is mental recovery. Very simple, 10 minutes get away from your phone before going to bed. This is when you do the blue screen detox. You're ensuring that you're not spending so much time on your phone, because at the end of the day, you're overstressing yourself. And even if you have to spend time on your phone, you spend time on your phone consuming content that keeps you energized and revitalized. So I'm just going to round up now because there's a whole lot happening here today. You're going to move around this expo. You see lots of products. You see lots of tools that would help you and your recovery, help your lifestyle be better. But I need you to leave with the most important tool, which is the permission to pause. The permission to pause, because the best and most productive version of yourself is the well-rested version of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mila. So I know I had promised us a dance session, and we're going to move into that session. Can we have Ibifaka Akimbinu on stage? Hope we're ready to shake our body. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yes.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. So I think a lot of speakers have mentioned having not sitting for too long, and I think some of us have been sitting for too long. So it's time for us to have a dance break. This is not your usual dance break. This is called Zumba Centao. I'm a Zumba instructor. I've been doing it for 15 years. And like I mentioned earlier, this was something I came into out of passion for dance and movement. I have a legal background. I'm a lawyer. Someone just went me outside and said, "How can I be a lawyer?" I said, "No, I am a lawyer and I pay my practicing fees. I'm a fee-paying lawyer." So let's do this, please. Let's stand up. Can I have? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, yes. Give me moral support. Okay, so I'm just going to explain how this would work. This is called Zumba Centao. It is a low impact dance fitness. First of all, Zumba fitness is a program. So the music is going to sound Latin, it's salsa, reggaeton a bit, but it is low impact and it combines fitness elements with dance. So this is a very different format. It's something that is not currently being offered at gyms, but I do offer this with my private group. So you're all going to get a taste of it right now. So I would really love for all of us to try as much as possible to be a part of this session. So please, could we all please rise, please? And is the DJ, if you have that song I gave you earlier, please. I'm even going to take off my jacket for this one because it is kind of serious business for me. So, who's joining me? Are you joining me? Oh, okay. No. Oh, wait. No. Why can't you join me? Oh, you're wearing shoes. Maybe mine. Oh, you are wearing a dress. Don't worry, I'll do it alone. It's fine.
Okay, I see some fine gentlemen over here. You're going to join us on stage. You don't have a choice. I said the man is strong, oh, guys. So no one wants to join us. This is not great. We're here to have fun, please.
It's okay. Could we just all rise, please, and let's just loosen up our bodies a bit before we do it. So let's all rise. If you want to stand, please stand behind your seat. Don't, DJ, just get the music ready, but don't play it yet, please. Okay, so I have only 5 minutes to do everything. So we're just going to loosen up our shoulders. First of all, one thing posture is one thing that tends to slack. I have two very important elderly people in my life, same age, in their 90s. One is straight up and the other is crooked. And my dad said, my aunt who is crooked was always sitting hunched. And ever since then, I try my best to be like my grandma, right? So please, so posture, just release your shoulders a little bit and just do some small shoulder rolls behind. And Take a deep breath in for me. Inhale. Inhale and hold it. And let's see if you can hold it for about 3 seconds. And then exhale out. And then let's do one more. Inhale, very deep one into your abdominals. And exhale. All right, so are we ready to dance? You're going to follow me as much as you can. I've kept it very simple. Everybody can do this. So the goal is to keep moving. Even though you're confused, just keep moving. That's the only rule. Not perfection, but to keep moving. DJ, I think I'm ready for that music. That wasn't difficult. Everyone could do it. But thank you so much. Thank you very much. And if you're looking for more of this, if you want to bring this to your group, wellness parties, wellness activities, fabulous lifestyle, that's what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was really engaging. Can we just say thank you to Ibi Faka? Can we all chorus? Thank you, Ibi Faka. That was such an amazing session. I really enjoyed that. Okay. Let's move on to the next thing on the agenda. We're gradually coming to the end of this event. I hope we've had an amazing time. And as we've promised, I hope you're inspired and empowered. Okay, we will now have the presentation from the birthing company by Timileyin Lajibutu. Please put your hands together for Timileyin as she makes her way to the stage. She's a holistic wellness coach and a psychotherapist at the Birthing Co.
I'll just mingle. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. I need to find my happy corner. Where are the happy people? Is this where the happy place is? They are not fighting with you people. You are really the happy people. You know, I love it. All right, fantastic. So, I mean, when you heard mental wellness or you hear a psychotherapist, people always think of, serious stuff. But a lot has been said already today, and we're just going to keep this engaging. We cannot dance and then I now come and start, saying a lot of things. So we're going to keep it very relatable, very refreshing. If I ask you, how's your mental health? What would you say? How's your mental health?
It's okay.
It's okay. I love it. How's your mental health? Vibrant yellow.
Very good.
I love it. Uncle Bros, Alpha, how's your mental health?
Pretty good.
So I love the fact that people are giving good scores and they're saying it's pretty good. But the other question would then be, how do you know? I mean, people talk about knowing your numbers. There's BMI. The body has a lot of, markers where you know. But when it comes to our mental health, we find that it's just all vibes and inshallah, as they say. People just assume that their mental health is okay until they are randomly snapping or, reactions are just happening and you're wondering why you're acting the way that you do. So today, we're going to do tests, right? I need you to just get your phone out. Don't let your neighbor see what's happening. No. I'm going to ask a few questions and I need you to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 5. Are we ready? I still like this, my happy con. I'm very happy people. Okay, so I'm going to be giving a bunch of questions. Not a problem, don't worry. Alrighty, so energy level. How's your energy been lately? On a scale of 1 to 5. 5, really good. 1, Let's go, I'll keep it short and sweet. Emotional stability. Have you been overwhelmed a lot lately? If that's a yes, then it's a 1. But if you've been good, highest, 5. Let's keep going. Mental clarity. Mental clarity, ability to focus on tasks, to be able to get through things. Stress or the tension you feel in your body. People that have migraines a lot, there's just that tension. You just know that, your body is not giving 100. On a scale of 1 to 5, 5 meaning really, really, really good. And then the last thing will be check on your sense of joy and maybe lightness that you feel generally on a scale of 1 to 5. Now, I'm a very nice person, so I'm not going to ask people for their numbers, right? But one thing I want to say to you is that if you find your number from you have a lot of 3s and below, that's a sign that you need to check on your mental health. All right, so just look at your numbers. Be true to thyself, be true, as they say. All right, so we have those numbers and we know at the end of the day. So if we can take care of our car, we can, put the fuel in. We can take care of our body, we try. We can take care of other things. There's really no need or no reason why we shouldn't take care of our mental health. Now, do we also know that there's a link between your mental health and your physical health? Yes. We are discovering lately that trauma is also stored in the body. And a lot of researchers are coming out to directly link ailments like cancer, high blood pressure and whatnot, be linked to. And that's why we have, certain exercises that we do to release the tension from the body. If I ask somebody now, we'll check. So let's do an exercise quickly. Just close your eyes for a moment. Don't worry, trust me. If you are not closing your eyes, we should check. Maybe there's a safety issue or there's a trust issue going on. Yes, one auntie like this heard it and just say, it's not me. Close the eyes. All righty. So as you're closing your eyes right where you are, I need you to drop your shoulders. Fantastic. If your shoulders dropped, of course, it was carrying tension. As you're doing that, I need you to unclench your jaw. If you had to release your jaw, it means that there was some tension there. Now I need you to release your tongue from the roof of your mouth. Let's bring it down. Okay, so we're seeing that we're carrying some level of tension. Now, just as we're closing our eyes, I need us to do a very quick exercise, right? So I'm giving you a ticket to go anywhere you want in the world, where you find peace, where you find joy, where you're away from everything that is stressing you out. So it's just a little visualization exercise. If you like the beach, you can go to the beach. If that beach is not complete without, a cocktail or two, please ensure. Right, so we're going to the beach together because that's easy. As you're closing your eyes, I need you to just see yourself taking a walk on the beach. Can you feel the sand? Can you feel the sand or the sole of your feet? Can you hear the sounds of people laughing, around you? Can you smell the saltiness of the water? Can you just say to yourself that everything is going to be okay just on the inside? And I need you to just breathe in deeply and let out a big sigh. And I need you to just be in the moment, right there on the beach, nothing to worry about, no deadlines, no kids, no rescues, just you, yourself, and telling yourself it's time to rest and it's time to take a much needed reset. Just stay in there, enjoy the moment. What colors are you noticing? What's the color of the sky? What outfits are you wearing? Is there someone with you there that makes you feel at peace? All righty, just stay locked in. Stay locked in. Breathe in deeply as you're there and just, have a sigh, like that sigh that comes out like, let's let it out, please. In. Let's go together and out like a sigh. In with the good things that you want, the goals that, would eventually be actualized, and then out with the things that you don't want. In with the beautiful things of life, and out with anything that you don't want right now. All right, now I need you to wrap your hands around yourself, almost like you're giving yourself a big hug. Now, if you need encouragement and validation, I need you to just tap your hand on the side. Just tap it, tap it. But if you need like comfort, I need you to just rub up and down. And now, just as you will do to a good friend, I need you to say the words to yourself that you actually need in this season. So for some is everything is going to be okay. So for some is you're going to figure this out. So for some is life will turn out beautiful at the end. But whatever that word that you should have heard, it could be a well done for being an amazing mom. All the well dones, all the validations that you did not get, all the comfort that you need right now. Maybe a breakup just happened, just saying something better is on the way. Alrighty, as we're doing that, just being there for ourselves, I need you to take a deep breath in, out, and hello. How did we do? Come out. I know when people go for these exercises, they don't like my voice when I now say out. So I'm just going to check with 1 or 2 people, just checking how do you feel? Do you feel even like 5% lighter? For those that went to, if you went, true. If you went, I think this auntie went because the look on is like the beach. It was really good. Yes, ma'am. Where did you go and how did you feel? Were you able to follow through?
I joined her.
You joined halfway. Okay, so how was the exercise for you? It was relaxing. What was the biggest thing that you got out of it that you feel like you need to continue to do more? Was it the words or just taking a point of rest? The breathing exercises. Okay, I know somebody that was telling herself that you're a good mommy. There was one, I cannot miss the agile wall black distance like that. Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Did you try out the exercise? Okay, so which was your favorite part? Everything. Okay, don't worry. I'll translate for you. Yes? She loved the beach. Okay, that's great. Fantastic. Anybody like the part where they hug themselves, where they give themselves a big hug? That was good for you. How did that feel? it felt relieving, like you need a big hug. So let me just give you a real life hug, because sometimes, we don't value human connection. So hug. All righty. Anybody else do the hug exercise? The words? Which one stood out for you? Let's see. Let me come to. Mommy she really gingered me. She did the exercise. Hello, ma'am. What part of the exercise did you like? I know you went. We were there together. Yes, ma'am. Where did you go, ma'am? How was it for you? You walked on the beach. So it shows, generally that we all need to relax. We all need to detox. And my mission here was very simple. 2 things: awareness. And the second thing is to leave people feeling a bit more rejuvenated. And I think we've been able to do that. At least you're more aware of your mental health status. You're more aware of the things that you need. And of course, I believe that you're leaving more rejuvenated than you came in. Thank you very much for your time. The Happy Corner, give it up for yourself. The also upcoming Happy Corner, give it up for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very lovely session. You stuck to time. Right about now, we will have the Truth Mind session. This will be handled by Nkiru, the brand, who happens to be a business and brand manager. Do we have Nkiru, the brand here, please? Please put your hands together for Nkiru, the brand. That's not good enough.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Are we still here? We just had an amazing time now, because I particularly went. I'm one of the people who just recently chopped breakfast, so I went and I told myself that I'll get something better. My name is Nkiru, the brand. I'm the business and brand manager for Tooth Mind Dental Clinic. I'm here on behalf of the African dentist, who is my chief. Just because I've been a victim of tooth wahala, I've been trusted to handle the dental and business space. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this event. Amazing one that you put together. The good thing about not listening to me is I'm going to come and ask you a question, and you're going to feel a little embarrassed, and you have to answer. Are you with me? Okay. When was the last time you visited your dentist? When was the last time? So I'm just going to randomly ask. Hello, ma'am. When was the last time you visited your dentist? Last year. So it's been, last year when? Towards the end of last year. August, so it's more than 6 months. You need a routine cleaning. Right. I'd like to, you take agbalumo, it stays there. Just imagine the amazing smell that you will have from there. Right? So even when you do all of these things, if you do not talk, it will be, they always do, or when they're speaking, saliva comes out of their mouth. Most times it's because they have spaces or open bites. So when they're speaking, you're right? Those people like that need teeth alignment. Some people, they speak is for someone like me, I have a tiny open bite that I'm closing with Invisalign, right? And if that's what now brings me to Invisalign. Invisalign is a clear aligner that you can use. I can be wearing Invisalign now and you won't notice. So if you are a high flyer, you are premium, you want to align your teeth, but you don't want people to know, I have good news for you. ToothMind is having our Invisalign open day on the 30th of May. 2026, and there's a payment plan. You get to spread your payment through 4 to 6 months, and then there is a 15%. Yeah, I think there's a 15% discount as well. So when you come in, there are lots of options, and then you can either use the fast braces option. Usually, the conventional braces that we know takes about 2 to 3 years to align your teeth. But with the fast braces technique that we have, it will take you about 200 to 250 days. Right? And you can decide to choose if you want it to be flashy or you want it to be just dull, you don't want people to notice. Again, the information here is very simple. Take your oral health seriously. Don't be the reason people are uncomfortable, because there are lots of things to discuss. Even here, everybody's discussing. You may not know why someone has cut you off. The person just cut you off because of bad breath, right? You're somewhere outside and they want to pick someone who will go and represent, and in your whole company, they're saying, no, this person has a bad dentition, you can't go. Right? There's a reason you've applied for a lot of
go to the hospital. So we decided to capture certain gaps that we met, and which is what made us set up our 1-minute care hub clinic at some of our designated centers, right? And the whole idea is to give quality health care. Quality in the sense that we don't just want you coming into the pharmacy and buying certain prescription medication, but we want to actually find out what are the risks, whether silent risk, or what are the factors, like what we call predisposed factors that you have towards certain chronic illnesses, right? And so we leverage on that information and we build initiatives around that. So what we did is we make sure we understand the patient's journey. There's something we call a patient loop, where we first start with an awareness, and then from awareness, it goes into screening, diagnosis, treatment, and then we do not stop there. This is where traditional healthcare stops, right? This treatment, and then that's the end. But we created something different where there's a constant loop for you as a patient or as a user to always make sure that you are putting your health at the forefront, which is why we've also launched our app, such that when you use it, it is so user-friendly. You have access to speak to a pharmacist for free. So you know you're not overdosing on even your supplements, not just your refill medications. You know you're not taking the wrong medications for a symptoms which you perceive in a certain way, but you get guided counsel as well for your supplement uptake. And we also recommend other measures to make sure that you focus more on your health, just as much as you focus in wealth building as well. Those are one of the many initiatives we do at Pure Life.
Thank you so much, Antonia. The next question, I'm going to throw it to Grace, and it says, can you share any specific wellness-focused initiatives Life Stores is currently working on or planning to introduce? How you expect it to impact patients' behavior and outcomes? Do you need me to go over the question again? Great.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here at the Wellness Expo. Thank you. Just one correction. The name is Gloria Charles Udekwe, not Grace Charles Udekwe. Thank you. Yes, the retail pharmacy, which Life Stores runs, we have five retail pharmacies spread across Lagos State, is really is a first point of call for most Lagosians. And one of the things we do for preventive health is outreaches and awareness. We have periodic health outreach programs. We run one almost every quarter around key events like, back to school, when children have to go back to school. During, some health awareness days, we ensure that we invite our customers to come and have their routine checks. Something as simple as a blood pressure check. Some people may not have checked, in a year or the past 2 years. And then when we invite them, you find that they come and check it. October last year, we had one of those. A lot of young people around the Jakonde area came to check them. 50% of the people we checked, all below 50 years old, 50% had raised blood pressure. So this wasn't because they were sick. It was an initiative of the organization to increase the health-seeking behavior of our community. And I think as more and more pharmacies like Life Stores focus on the patient and not just the product, sometimes we just remember the pharmacy because we want a product, but we are, focusing on the patient, on the care that we can provide. So when you do programs like that, because we are in the community really, people trust us. When you do programs like that that improve health-seeking behaviors, you're able to, catch these ailments before they become, difficult to manage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gloria. That was a beautiful way you've answered the question by even going deeper. The last question, I'm going to throw it to you both. Antonia, you take your turn to answer the question while Gloria also does the same. From your experience, where do you see the biggest disconnect between preventive and curative care? And how is Pure Life and Life Stores actively closing that gap?
Thank you so much for that question, right? So the biggest gap is it's in consumer behavior. Most people do not see a need to go to the hospital except there is a crisis. Most people do not see a need to buy medication except there's a major health risk or except you have symptoms in that line. However, what we are doing at Pure Life, it's very different. We do not just build innovative products or initiatives just for the sake of it. We study consumer behavior. We study the pattern of Nigerians towards their health. And then we also try to veer even closer into awareness. We really need Nigerians to understand that preventive medicine is not more expensive than actual curative medicine. Preventive medicine is a saving cost, because if you need to understand those who have non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and all other comorbidities linked to each other. They are on a lifetime management of health. By the time you accumulate that cost, you see it is actually more expensive than you just taking basic 10K steps per day or using certain supplements. And so what we've done is we've designed what we call a membership subscription plan, where of course we cannot give every Lagosian access to health for free, but then we've decided to do something that makes you engage with your health. You personalize the idea of being healthy. You understand it's not just living healthy, but actually taking action and making sure you actually are very consistent with managing your health, right? And so we have subscription plans. When you're in any of those plans, you have access to free telemedicine at some point. Some of it are paid. For the entire 1 year, you have access to discounted prescription medication or your refills as well. So we do our best to ensure that our consumers, our customers who come in, we engage them and let them know that they should focus more on actually preventive medicine as against waiting for a crisis to occur. And that's what we do at Pure Life.
Thank you very much, Antonia. We will now hear from Gloria.
All right, thank you. I'll agree with her that awareness is key, and the clients, the community, buying into the services that the pharmacy provides is key. I also think there's a gap in collaboration between our healthcare providers, collaboration between preventive health and curative health. I'll give an example. Almost maybe 3 weeks ago, an elderly man, walked into the pharmacy, and he just came in as usual, give me something for pain. My leg is paining me, and we were able to speak with him. And the first thing we asked, as we usually do, is let's check what he presented with sounded like something that had to do with his blood sugar. So we checked his blood sugar and it was high, over 500. This is somebody who has a doctor. The doctor is probably far away and is not in any way connected to the community pharmacies around him. He has a doctor. He's diagnosed. He's a known diabetic. He veered off trying to solve this through lifestyle medications. So we must see that preventive health has its place, curative health has its place if we're really going to achieve what we want to achieve. So he veered off. Veered off his diabetic medications into lifestyle, but was not doing any testing, wasn't doing any follow up on his numbers. So when he came, we're able to identify that, look, yes, what you're doing in terms of your herbs, your supplements is good, but look at, you also need to continue to monitor your signs. And when you see that it has gone back, it's no longer working, please visit the hospital, refer. So we must not just go on, it's lifestyle, and that's all. No, we must know where we stop. When should the client be referred to a curative center if we're really going to achieve the aim that we want to? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Please put your hands together for both speakers. They've been amazing. We've had a swell time here. So you come forward and we have like a group picture. I'm so sorry you both were far away, but now you've come together. Yes. While they take their pictures, please get your phones ready. We're about to do some activity, some fun activity. Please put your hands together for them as they go back to their seat. You can see that they're already networking. I love it. Such a girl's girl. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that this event, the Wellness Expo, was put together by HCA Consults. I would need us to follow them on Instagram at d.wellnessexpo. d.wellnessexpo. Have we done that? Have we been able to give them a follow on Instagram? I'm going to check you all one by one. I have the energy. Have you followed them on Instagram? Lovely. I mean, that's the least we can do. Give them a follow on Instagram so that their visibility continues to grow. Some people are actually looking at me and not bringing out their phones. Why? He's serious, so my sister. He's very, very serious. You look gorgeous. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure to follow the Wellness Expo on Instagram so that you can also stay up to date with all of their activities, events, and upcoming informations about this event or the next one. Are we done? Are we done with that? Okay. Network is bad, K. Apologies for that, but please take note of the Instagram page. It's d.wellnessexpo. Please make sure to give them a follow at your convenience. We're gradually coming to the end of this event. I'm excited if you're not, because I have learned a lot. And I see I have a mini co-host. But yeah, our next session is going to be handled by Chiamaka Elujoba, and she's going to be representing Green Essence. Do we have Chiamaka in the building? Please put your hands together for Chiamaka.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. How are you all doing? Hello. Okay, so quick one. My name is Chiamaka Elujoba, and I'm the CEO of Green Essence Healthy Lifestyle. At Green Essence Healthy Lifestyle, we believe that diseases can be prevented. Where it's not prevented, it can be properly managed, and it can even be reversed. All right. So that's basically what we do at Green Essence. We help you, just prevent all the chronic diseases we heard about today. We help you prevent them and then manage them or reverse them. Okay. Over the years, we've been able to help people reverse things like glaucoma, fibroid, ovarian cysts, and so much more. Even high blood pressure, proper management. Trust me, you wouldn't have to take the medications. So just quick one. How many of us had a bath this morning? What did you use to have your bath? What?
Soap, water, clean water.
Water. Okay, so how many of us have a fish pond at home? What's in the fish pond?
Fish. Water.
And water. Awesome. So how many of us have flowers at home, plants? Right? What do we use? How do we nourish our plants?
Water. Water.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And then if you have a farmland, you realize that you also, the water nourishes you, right? So basically, I'm going to be talking about returning to our roots today. Returning to our roots is very easy. People think that it's such a big deal. No, it's not a big deal. Everything you eat, you put in your mouth, is either nourishing you or it's poisoning you. Now, you want to ensure that you are nourishing yourselves, all right? First and foremost, I'd like to talk about water. Water is so important and it's so just everywhere, but we don't take enough of it. So I'm going to bring us back to taking our water. Next up is eating healthy food. Genesis 1:29. And let's even go to the farm, to the earth. The earth has everything that you need, all right? So all the fruits and vegetables are right in the earth. But why are we not sourcing them? Okay, so in my hands here, I have a bottle of juice. It has orange, grapefruit, lemon, turmeric, ginger. You might wonder why I'm showing you all this, but I'll tell you why. Because if you intentionally nourish your health daily from the earth, plants, fruits, and veggies, you are never going to have a conversation about a chronic disease. Yes. You're never going to have that conversation. So when you go to the hospital, you just go to do medical tests. And I've done that for the past, couple of years. Every year, just go and do a full medical checkup and I come out without taking medication. Every time you have a headache, there is a solution. There are so many things that are on earth that we are not using. Fruits, vegetables that God has given to us. All right? And let me even just go, I'm just going to run through some of them. So let's even start from things like oranges. Are you aware that, if you have malaria, for instance, orange, grapefruit, ginger, lemon, they are like really, really good for malaria. Are you aware of that? So if we want to go back to our roots, it means that we are trying to eradicate chronic diseases. We are trying to show you that you can actually be healthy and not have those diseases. If you eat from the earth, you are going to stay healthy, basically. When you have headache, something that is really good for headache is ginger. Yes. So before you even go to take the medication, go back to your roots. Everything we are looking for out there is right there in our backyard, but we've just ignored them. So I'm here to say, let's come back. It's time to come back. It's time to come back. All right? Now let me just even run through it. Things like blueberries. How many of us know that one of the biggest causes of diseases today is inflammation? And that's oxidative stress. You know that, right? Thank you. Now, what you want to ask yourself, what's one of the biggest, natural remedies for inflammation? Blueberries, pomegranate, turmeric. As a woman, the moment you get to 25, turmeric should be your best friend. Are you aware of that? For the sake of your reproductive system, turmeric should be your friend. Ginger should be your friend. Take it every day. Blueberries, pomegranates can be quite pricey. But let's go back to turmeric. What about turmeric? What about ginger? You see people today, they have ovarian cysts, they have fibroids, they have endometriosis and all of those things. But with common things like even onions, having lots of onions in your food, those are antioxidants. Garlic. So today I want us to go back to our roots. Stop looking for I don't know what you're looking for far and wide. It's right there in front of you. Okay? Now we have something I call alkaline water, but I don't even want to go deep into that. Just drink your water and make sure you're drinking 3 liters of water every day. Now, I'm going to move very quickly. At Green Essence, when we want to help people reverse chronic conditions, we do that with a combination of spirit, soul, and body. All right? So it means that, yes, you might be eating the right meals, but some other things are wrong, okay? So I'll give you an example. Do you realize that some of you here are wearing nylons on your body? Plastics, you're literally wearing plastics. Some of you are wearing plastics. Do you know what that means? Your bras are made of plastics. So that bra that made of plastic is rubbing your breast 24/7, literally. 12 hours a day. 7 days of the week. 30 days in the month. You're wearing plastic. You're rubbing it on your breast. And then we are wondering why is the rise of chronic diseases. Let's go back to getting cottons. Let's go back to intentionally buying linen fabrics. Let's go back to wearing silk materials. You think it's expensive? No, it's not expensive. In the long run, if that disease catches up with you, you're going to spend so much more. So I'm here to tell you, come back to the roots. Let's go back. All right? Now, people think that healthy lifestyle is expensive. But what happened to taking a walk in the morning by 8 o'clock in the sun and get some vitamin D for free without spending a dime? Why do you want to buy medication for vitamin D when you can get it directly from the sun? Why do you think that over there abroad, they don't exactly see sunlight and they are literally jealous of us that we have so much of it here? But you're not taking advantage of it. Why? So you see, we are going back to where we started from. Our parents, grannies, used to go to the farm and in the sun, okay? Today we see the rise of fibroids, but we don't realize that we're not exercising enough as women. When you're young, you start to exercise, you start to move your body, you start to do exercises that, imagine people farming. There's nothing going to grow there because you're daily exercising, daily moving it. And today we are loaded with lots of toxic material. Processed food, canned foods. I don't want to talk about MSG products. But what's the next thing I want to talk about? What do I have on my shoes? What do I have here on my feet? What do I have here? My shoes, right? I'm going to take it off. And I'm going to walk barefoot. You know what that's called? It's called grounding. It's called earthing. So why are you stuck on wearing shoes 24/7 every day? You're going to take a walk outside, you're wearing shoes. Why? Because that's what you grew up learning, right? But let's go back to the roots. Go back without wearing your shoes. Every single day I take a walk in the evening around my house without my shoes. And when my neighbors ask me, Chiamaka, kilo de, I say, it's called grounding. And I keep moving. And they're like, grounding. I'm like, go on Google it. Come, let me show you. And next thing, they're joining me. So you want to heal the body. You cannot heal the body away from the earth. You are dust. Onto dust you will go. So you want to heal the body. Let the body get in touch with nature. Let the body get some vitamin D. Let the body have some fresh air. Let the body step on the ground that it came from. Connect with the body. Connect with the air. Connect with the breeze. Turn off your ACs. Why do you have to turn on the AC every single day? Who said so? Who put that plan? Who said it? Whose law is it? That you have to turn on your AC every day. No, you don't have to do that. Turn off the AC. Open your windows. Let's get some fresh air. That air, that oxygen is way better than the AC. Your rooms are stuffy. The rooms do not have ventilation. And you're staying there 24/7. You're going to have, cough and all of those things. Infections. And you're wondering why. My ladies, let's talk about ladies. We are wearing panties. What is your pants made of? Polyester. Then you now stay in polyester pants that cannot breathe. It's not cotton pants. Therefore, you now have infection every time. And you're going to take antibiotics. Why? So let's cut off the antibiotics. How else can we get antibiotics? When you have those kind of infections, what is the first point of action? Don't take antibiotics. Try this and tell me if it works. Go and drink pineapple juice for 3 days. Add some ginger, add some turmeric, and then add some garlic. And if it doesn't work in 3 days, give it till 5 days. And let me know if that infection doesn't go before you can take the antibiotic. But guess what? Start by wearing cotton panties. Cotton panties, cotton what? Bras. And for men, what should the men wear? Linen boxers. You know how I know? Because I had a client who was told that he has sperm immobility. low sperm count, and he couldn't impregnate his wife. And guess what I told him to do? I told him take off the polyester boxers and wear the linen boxers. He did that for 3 months, and guess what? The sperm was back up. We are just ignorant. We are not sick. Nobody here is sick. You just don't know the right thing to do. But today I'm telling you, we are going back to where we came from. Forget about everything that we've learned. Everything you think you know, drop it. Let's go back. Exactly. Should I go more? Should I go on? Do I still have some time? Okay, so I'm going to work with the time, all right? However, my name is Chiamaka once again, and I make juices. I make the healthiest juices in the world. I can prove it because the juices that I make have helped people who have all kinds of diseases reverse them. So if you say that it's not working, show me whatever you have. Bring it up. I'm up for a challenge. Give me 3 months with you. 6 months if I have to. Anyway, we have a stand right there. Come and I'll tell you so much more. But yes, what I'm trying to say to you is the plants we have is made to heal our body. So before you eat the next food, ask yourself, is this going to nourish my body or poison my body? And if it's nourishment, then you can have it. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Chiamaka. That was lovely. You're not sick, you're just ignorant. So knowledge is truly power. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next session, which will be taken by Rachel Ologun. And she happens to be the Business Development Manager at Total Care Technologies. Do we have Rachel in the room? Okay. Rachel is not here. Quickly, we'll move on to the next session, which will be handled by Nutrify. And representing Nutrify is Atinuke Agbeni, who happens to be the Assistant Brand Manager for Nutrify. Do we have Atinuke in the building? Right, put your hands together for Atinuke. Lovely lady in the yellow top. You look gorgeous.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I guess the energy level is low, and you've been talking about energy level since. So I need us to just stand up quickly. Just stand up quickly. Just move your body. Just move your body. Just move your body. You've been sitting for too long, and this is a Wellness Expo. So everything we're doing this afternoon is going to be about getting you to your optimal level. Are we good now? You're good? Or you're just saying yes so that you can sit down back? All right, let's have our seat. Thank you so much for having me. So I have a very limited time, but I'm just going to start off with a question. How many of us had New Year resolutions when we entered 2026? Can I say a show of hands? Okay, you had New Year resolutions. Your health, was it part of the resolution? Going to the gym, whatever. Was it part of it? Yes. So how often have you been to the gym this year? Huh?
What times a week?
How many of us have not started? You have it on the list, but you have not started. So you probably start by December 2026, yeah? Hopefully. Okay, good one. Okay, another question. I liked the last speaker. She talked about drinking water. Besides the water on your tables this afternoon, how many of us have had a drink of water? Or we had a drink of water early morning? First thing in the morning. Great. But the hands are still very low. So that means you know that we still have so much to do. We have to prioritize our health and wellness. And when people hear health and wellness, the first thing they think is, oh, it's one serious issue. You have to be in the hospital or whatsoever. But it just starts from the popular saying that charity begins at home. It starts from your home. It starts from you. It starts from being mindful of how you feel. Many of us ignore how we feel and we're just going about our daily hustle. You're having a headache that has been recurrent for 2 weeks now. But you're like, I have to make money, I have to do this, you're not bothering about it. But it's when you're healthy that you can make that money. How many of us agree with me? It's when you are healthy that you can make that money. Oh. So for us at Nutrify, we are a vitamins and supplement brand. However, we also prioritize wellness. That's like the motto for us. We are your partner in wellness. It's very important that people understand that how you feel, influences your productivity, regardless of whatever it is you are even taking. If you don't rest well, if you don't exercise, if you don't eat the right combination of food, you tend to be doing yourself more harm than good. So I'm going to ask another question. Today is Wednesday. Let's count Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and today. How many of us have had fruits? You've had fruits. Maybe oranges, apple, whatever. The hands are still very low. You've had vegetables. The hands are still very low. Wow. You've had burger, shawarma, small chops, biscuits. You've had a drink of Coke, Pepsi. You've had a drink of soda. American Cola, I love it. But you see, when I asked how many people have taken water or how many people have had fruits or vegetables, the hands were very low. So you see, you're doing yourself more harm than good. Say to yourself, I'll do better. Say, I'll do better. People are not saying it though. Say, I'll do better. It's a promise to yourself, actually. And when you speak to yourself, it's like you reminding yourself that, okay, I have to do better. So tomorrow, when you're about to take soda instead of water, just say to yourself, Tinuke, do better. So say your name, say do better. Okay, so Nutrify, like I said, is a vitamin and supplement brand. We have multivitamins for men and women that is infused with probiotics. Probiotics are the good bacteria that helps your gut health. And when your gut is healthy, you have a healthy you feel more refreshed. Many of us go about bloated every single day of the week. You are eating everything, just consuming so many things. You've not had space for something to digest. You're already eating another thing, and it affects your gut health. And it's important that you have good gut health for you to live and thrive optimally. So Nutrify runs a range of products. We have multivitamin for men, multivitamins for women. We have the multivitamins for men 50 plus, multivitamins for women 50 plus. So we always say, you can own every season of your life. So whatever phase of your life you're in, Nutrify has a supplement and a vitamin for you. We also have our collagen product that works for your skin, hair, and your nails. We also have our liver detox that supports your liver health. We have our immunity boosters. We have our joint ease health. So if you're always having frictions in your joints, I would recommend that you try out the Nutrify joint ease formula. And we also have our vitamin C. It's an effervescent that I think some of us have the sampling on our tables. You can easily just drop it in water and it fizzles out and you have a drink of it. So this afternoon, what we're just here to tell you is, say to yourself again, say, I will do better. I'm doing better. I'm doing better. Okay, so I would just like to encourage you to prioritize your health. Take enough water. Eat fruits as much as you can. Because no matter how much I recommend supplements for you, you cannot, the supplement, like it says, is a supplement. Because all the foods that you eat, some of us go about eating carbohydrates from Monday to Sunday. Rice, yam, rice. And then you recycle it over and over and over again. The reason why you have to put this as supplement is just to infuse it. But still what you eat is a larger part of it. It's like, I would say, 70%. And then you can supplement with these vitamins. Don't just consume medications over and over and over and over again. They are supplements. They are not to replace your nutrition. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Atinuke. Please, a wonderful round of applause for Atinuke as she makes her way back to her seat. Right about now, we will have Rachel come up for her presentation. She will be representing Total Healthcare, and she happens to be the Business Development Manager. Please put your hands together for Rachel. So because you did not show up on time, -5. You have 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you've had a nice event so far. So, before I begin, I would like to know if any of you need access to a doctor right now. If you can get it within the next 30 minutes, please let me see your hand. In the next 30 minutes. Okay, that's okay. 2. Is it virtual or in person? Okay, in person. That's nice. In person. Okay, virtually? Anyone? Okay. So we at Total Healthcare, we are here to provide our software services to healthcare providers so that they can then provide their service to the public, whether in person or virtually. We provide healthcare services to hospitals, pharmacies, diagnostic centers, independent doctors, and HMOs. So whatever you do, in whichever space you are, we have a solution for you. Aside that, we also have a mobile app for both doctors and for patients. The mobile app connects a doctor to a patient, connects the patient to hospitals, to pharmacies, to diagnostic centers to book a test or buy their services. Please, if you can go with the slide. Hello. Thank you. Okay, next. So we provide solutions for you to connect with a hospital or any healthcare providers. On our app, we have a wide range of specialists that you can connect with. We have launched our Total Healthcare app, and it has a digital personal assistant that we call the well-being feature that is being implemented currently. We understand that the healthcare system in Nigeria, we have limited providers compared to our population, and the challenges we are looking to solve with our solution, especially the telemedicine interface. We realize that a lot of people suffer from silent hypertension. Most of these symptoms most of these ailments don't show symptoms on time until it knocks you down and then it becomes an emergency. So we are saying that with our solution, you can have a tracker that helps you connect with your devices, and you can update these vitals from time to time, keep up with your nutrition, create a meal plan, and follow through with it with reminders from the app as far as you do your end of it by providing it with information on daily basis. Then, apart from your vitals, you also have, next slide. Apart from your vitals, you can also monitor your nutrition. Like I said, you can monitor your medication reminders for your aged or geriatric patients. You can do that. Then doctors or healthcare providers can also monitor their patients through the mobile app. And currently, we are offering a free consultation to attendees of this event. So if you can go to your iPhone, iStore or your Play Store, look for Total Healthcare 360, download our app, sign up, and request a consultation under Doctors Available Now. You use the promo code Wellness Expo 26 to request a free consultation, and you get it. Other amazing features that our app has includes the tie, just like your ChatGPT, your Gemini. We have infused an AI that gives you health insights. So should you have a question, don't Google it. Don't go online. Come to Total Healthcare app, chat with Tai. It will give you insights. And should you need a doctor, it connects you to a specialist based on your complaints, not just any specialist. If it's about nutrition, if it's about your hypertension or how you're feeling, it aligns it with your symptoms and connects you to a provider. So you can then connect whether in person or online. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rachel. You stuck to time. Thank you. Okay, we've come to the end of that presentation, ladies and gentlemen, and to the end of this event. You all have been amazing. Please put your hands together for yourselves. And another round of applause for the organizers of this event, HCA Consults. Thank you so much. So, I'm sure some of you know we have the booths at the back, various brands exhibiting today. So I just need us to take some time to actually go there and see what they have, buy from them if they're selling any products. And I'm sure that, they have really, really good products that could be a benefit to our wellness. Thank you so much. Do we have Dr. Habib for the closing remarks? Can Dr. Habib just come up on stage? I've been trying to get through to him, but I can't find him. Okay. Since he's not available, thank you all so much for being here today. It's been an amazing time. I've had a swell time. I've learned a lot, and I hope that you all have. A big shout out to all the brands that have supported us at this event, and I hope that we all have a safe drive home or a safe journey home, and stay blessed. Put your hands together for yourselves one more time. It's been great.